Okay. All right. I believe we are live again. Sorry about that. Pretend that none of that ever happened. Um,
What happened?
Ye had a mission, a quest, a job, a score with the demon hunters. No, what are they called? Kraken hunters? No, what are the things
Leviathan.
called in the ocean?
Leviathan.
Leviathan
Leviathan
hunters.
hunters.
The Leviathan hunters are interested in finding and snuffing out uh, um, any competition for the generation of electroplasmic energy, and especially for the uh, the fuel source of the lightning towers that protect the city from the evil spiritual forces outside the walls. Um, uh, you guys did a job a little while ago for exactly such a person, an inventor named Simon Burr, who seems who is working on developing exactly that kind of technology. So, um, the first thing you had to do was acquire a device that would allow you to measure the electroplasmic discharge of these experiments, which you did. You did have to steal it from your potential employers, uh, which was a heist all of its own. And
And then we blamed it on someone else.
yeah, it was great. Um, and then the next part of that is to sneak into the house where Simon Burr is conducting these experiments, uh, record the measurement of the electroplasmic discharge in this device which you've acquired, and bring it back to the Leviathan hunters. So that's one thing. I described Elena uh, surveilling Simet's house. If we decide that he does an experiment and it's go time, uh, then that can be what happens. If that's the score that you guys want to do, um, if you want to do another score, if you come up with something else, that's also fine. There's nothing that says that Simon, is working uh, every single day on this. He probably has other stuff to do. It's it might be a little while before you're even able to do the second part of that particular job. Um,
Yeah.
Another possibility, another ball that's in the air, is the forgotten god that has requested uh, Kel to do some work for it. It wants a page from a book that's in a library. You have some hints about that library, but nothing else to go on. And that's what's going on. If you look at your crew sheet, the thing that you sort of need to be able to advance here is money. You've had enough rep to advance for a little while, but uh, you haven't had enough coin. I think you need to have 6 coin, 8 coin. Uh,
Yeah, we need a good bit more. And this score that we've already kind of halfway pulled off
yes, it
is
pays a lot.
going to pay a ton.
I think we also need to we need to meet our new we have a new recruit though.
That's true.
I think we need to
Yep.
a
Well, I
little
thought that it would
introduction.
be uh, that once we have a score, we can maybe decide how this new recruit fits into that score. But also, we could do it the other way around. I mean, the new recruit might bring the score with her.
Yeah,
I'm-
let's do a scene with Kel
Yeah.
and Elena,
I
and
wanna-
she can introduce Karen.
Well, I
Let's
don't
get me
think
introduced.
Elena knows Karen yet.
Oh,
we
Karen
need to-
Karen knows about Elena. Elena doesn't know Karen.
Yeah.
all right. Then can we do 2 and 1? There's some stuff that Kel wants to talk to Elena about, and then Karen can show up at some point in the conversation. Is that fair?
This is
That sounds
we
good to
can do
me.
whatever scenes you guys want. This is free play.
Okay.
You can just talk to each other.
All
Okay.
right.
So I think Kel and Elena are and Arvin are all discussing something with each other, and you see Arvin hand this big package of meat to Kel and another big package of meat to Elena, and they turn and they start walking towards the side of the property, and maybe Elena can describe what it looks like when you see, like, because there are some wolves that live on the side of the property, right?
Yeah, so by now they've kind of, so like she took up in the outbuildings, and that's where she built the kennels and kind of, set up the wolf pack in residence. And it definitely looks like there are wild animals living here.
Can it be an old Matt? Can it be an old, like, rundown estate that belonged to people who were wealthy enough that they owned some horses, and so now there's like basically the dilapidated bones of a formerly
stable?
large, glorious stable, but now maybe like the back
Yeah.
corner of it still has a roof or something.
Yeah, there's like some wolves. Sort of.
So anyway, so
Yeah.
Kel and Elena have these huge packets of meat, and they're feeding the dogs. And Kel is, Kel and Elena have just been kind of standing there feeding the dogs in silence for a little bit. And Kel
Yeah.
kind of takes a step forward closer to Elena and says, It's not lost on me that perhaps some of the things going on recently have been maybe outside of your, like your ideal plan for Farkas Renye. I know you don't like the ghosts and the other side kind of stuff so much, but
Hmm.
I need to know you are with us. We are, and he tosses a huge chunk of meat to another wolf. Family. We feed from the same keel. And, Kel takes a huge, raw, bloody bite out of one of the, hands some to Elena.
Elena
I,
takes it and
Go ahead.
Elena takes it and handles it a bit, and she says, you are clever. This is why you are boss, yes?"
I like to think it's partly because I'm clever, partly because I am willing and able to kill anyone who stands in my way. It's a little column A, a little column B. There's some synergy between those things,
Yes, boss. Wolf. Yes. What is same thing sometimes. I do not come to I come to Farkas Renye because Farkas Renye is Wolfpack, not because Farkas Renye is Ghostpack. Do not come here for that.
Right. About that. I mean, I'm just gonna come out and say a few things that maybe you're not gonna like, but I want you to keep in mind. These aren't the things that I believe or want. These are the things I did believe. I did want, right? So keep that in mind. Try not to freak out too much. But I've kind of been reading a lot of crazy books that say that if you die and possess wolf, you can become truly terrifying, scary monster. And again, not thing I still want to do, thing I did want to do, right?
And what do you want to do now?
Now I just want to be the wolf, right? I don't want to have to die and like didn't be stuck inside of wolves. No offense. And he kneels down and he pets like the one wolf that will like let him touch it a little bit. And he's like, no offense. And he looks up at Elena. They're beautiful, powerful creatures. I mean, you see the fascination,
Yes.
right? I mean, look at, I named these Farkas Renye, right? I mean, like, you came to
Yes.
me, we were already super deep in the wolf thing.
It is
Right.
aspirational. It is not a thing we will ever achieve, but it is. We may strive to be better than what we are, yes.
Now, where on the property is this part taking place?
We're in the in the stables on the like the outbuildings.
Okay.
This
away
is
from
this
the main
this is a
mansion.
burned down building.
Yeah, I think let Kel say just one more thing, and then if Karen wants to show up,
Yeah.
she can pop in. Kel, I may already have a good bit more of the wolf within me than you might think, and I've been taking certain measures to find
Yes.
ways to summon even more and
We will
become
see.
more.
I think I am here. She points to the she kind of gestures at the wolves. I am here for the wolves. I am not here for you. Convince me to stay, and I will stay.
Does the property have a front door, like the building?
Oh
itself?
yeah, oh yeah.
Okay,
A gate.
Um,
Well, it's probably got like a gate or a wall or a fence, but it's not very well maintained.
would if I were knocking on the front door, would you folks be able to hear it? Is it close enough?
I
From
think
out-
what we said last time somebody came up was that there wasn't really something to knock on, but that the crew definitely noticed when you approached the front of the house.
You might need to wander around a bit. Also,
Well-
the wolves will probably notice you before
Yeah.
you notice them. So
I'll bet they're gonna smell you or hear
Oh.
you knocking on the door right around the time you
bet
make it to the front door.
I bet if he enters the property, the wolves that we are hanging out with are going to become alert.
Yeah,
Well, I
Karen.
think that happens
so,
now.
I think something is going to happen here. Are you approaching the Farkas Renye residence hideout?
Yeah. If
Okay.
the
All right,
gate won't
so-
open, I want to climb over the.
Great. So here's what happens, Karen. You're going to be faced with your first challenge here. There you are.
I call
Some
this one Wolf Puzzle 47.
Two extremely large wolves come around the side of this burned out mansion and approach you growling. You're an intruder in their territory and they're threatening at you, growling at you.
Okay. I freeze and put my hands up and take a couple steps back.
Okay. Would you say that this is an attempt to sway the wolves, or maybe to consort with them?
They don't kill him outright.
I would say this is an attempt.
No.
I think. Let's see,
Change
what is the
attitudes or
difference?
behavior with manipulation or seduction?
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm going to go ahead and forbid you from seduction right here at this point in the process, but feel free to choose any of the remainder of these options.
I also forbid me from seduction.
But Karen is faced with a threat here.
Yep. And so I say, whoa, easy there, easy. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm quite the opposite, in fact. Good. Okay.
So which of the actions that are available to you do you think this is? Hunt,
I think
study,
it's
Sway.
survey, tinker. Okay, great.
Sway.
So this is I mean, I think the other players have a bit of a say with this. Elena, how likely are your wolves to attack intruders?
Um, probably. Well, they're savage,
Right, they are officially savage.
but
The wolves?
No, you know what? In the rules of the
If-
game, we have given them the savage property. Okay, that
okay.
decides it.
the other
In-
thing that, like, if she would be able to calm them down though. So, like, if she gets,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
you're
like,
not there.
yeah, if
How
they're
aspirational.
if they're on alert though, she's gonna be on. I would say let Jackson make a roll, and then Kel and I show up after that.
We shall see.
So this is risky. I'm gonna say this is risky standard. This is the bog standard roll is risky standard.
Mhm.
There is a chance that something bad will happen to you because of these wolves. That's what the position of risky means.
And the nature
standard
of
means
wolves means.
if you succeed in this roll, you will have the effect that you're trying to get, which is the wolves will calm down and back off. So anytime you do a roll, there are always ways that you can improve your you can make it easier on yourself. Right now, it looks like you have 1 dot in sway. So you'd be rolling a d6. If you get a 1 through 3, you're just going to have your face ripped off or something. Or no, I am not promising that, but some kind of consequence. If it's a 4 or 5, it's going to be success and a consequence. And if it's 6, it's going to be just success, no consequence. So you can get yourself another die to roll by pushing yourself, and that will take 2 stress. You can also get help if one of these other, if Elena or Kel want to show up and maybe help you with this, then they can take 1 stress to help calm down the wolves, and you can add another die to that roll.
I don't think we're gonna get there in time. I mean, I think we'll get there after.
Yeah, it might not be possible for you to help. The other possibility is
I think we get there after this initial encounter. Yeah.
You can always ask me for a devil's bargain. I would have to think creatively to come up with a devil's bargain here. But you can also increase your effect or get another die instead of pushing yourself by taking a devil's bargain. The other thing to note is that when there are consequences, it's always possible to resist consequences. And if the consequences are harm, you can often mark off armor in order to negate the harm. People tend to forget about resisting, and they also tend to forget about armor. So I like to remind.
Resisting.
And
Quit talking about me like that.
All right.
I think I'm ready to make my sway
So what are you
roll
going to do?
and
See what happens.
Do you want it? You have to choose at this point. Yeah, you don't have to. You can address the challenge in some other way, but this is sort of the proposal I'm making to you. This is what the sway roll will look like. Risky standard.
Yep, I'm doing that.
Cool. So it's possible to roll in roll 20 if you go to the
And there it goes.
oh, nice. Okay, you got a 4. Nice. So that
You got to
Success.
thrive.
success with a consequence. So success means that the wolves do back down. What's the consequence here? Here's a consequence. The consequence is that there's a random ghost haunting this place named Susan. And Susan notices you. There's like a ghost that comes through the door. And at this point, Elena and Kel, you notice that both the ghosts, both these two wolves and Susan have been remarkably quiet for the last 5 minutes. Karen, so I think Kel and Elena, you come around the house and you see that the wolves have backed off of Karen, but Susan is now menacing Karen. This is like a spectral, otherworldly sort of ghost bride type figure.
When I see the situation, I'm gonna call.
Are we talking like opening scene of Ghostbusters vibes here?
Yeah, I guess so. This is a ghost that has a history with Kel.
I was going to say, she's Ghost Fiance. She's not Ghost Bride. We haven't been able to find Ghost like Vicar or Ghost Justice of Peace.
You said you broke up with her.
I tried to. I really did. Honestly,
try harder. Get rid of that thing.
Hey, that is my fiance. No, it's not my fiance. Right, sorry.
Elena Blackpaw. Elena Blackpaw.
What? Yes.
I found you. I finally found you.
Who are you?
My name is Karen Butcher.
What are you?
Hell,
get rid of your girlfriend.
Cal is going to make an attune roll to try to like get Susan's attention, like stick his face into the ghost field and try to get her attention. So I'm going to make that.
I think for you and Susan at this point, this is risky. Yeah, Susan's a little upset about this intruder. I'll say this is risky standard
with attune
for this attune roll.
Okay. You know what? If I were to get her on my good side, would she be able to join us on this mission coming up?
Yeah.
So in that case...
Are you doing the classic Josh and asking me to trade effect for position?
Yeah, I think I want to go for desperate. I'm going to have to go up on position so that I can increase effect.
You want desperate great?
Yes.
Now, hold on. I think... Do you have... Yeah, so you can mark off... your fine spirit mask or your fine lightning hook to get to great effect without having to trade position for it. That's what fine means.
I think I'm going to use that mask to try to get another die.
Okay, so I believe that it's not possible to get another die from items. Fine means that you get +1 to your effect, but it doesn't have anything to do with how many die you get. If I did that, I think I did that last time, and I think it was wrong. I was just reviewing the rules this afternoon. So you can get additional dice in other ways, but items will only give you more effect, unless they specifically say something about dice.
Okay, I mean, I think, would he use his spirit mask? I'm not sure that I would in this moment because he's just running up to her and he's trying to attune with her himself. I don't think he would fire stuff at her or try to use a mask on her because he's trying to he's using his attune roll, but the way he's using it is, very much in the flavor of sway or something like that.
Sure.
Like I think
I mean, you could also use sway.
well, I mean, I think he's using his attune because he wants to actually like he knows that if he just talks at her, nothing's going to happen. He
Right.
has to like actually speak to her in the ghost field before she can really hear him in a way that she's going to respond. Double sixes, my dude. Double sixes.
Wait, so you took yeah, okay.
It's a
Well,
different-
you know what? Mark an experience in resolve for that desperate roll, which you did not have to make. And yeah, double sixes is additional success even past. So how are we going to do this? Yeah.
So the thing that I'd
I
asked
think-
for was that he was
Yeah.
trying to not only placate her but try to like reconnect with her because
Yeah.
she's been the ghost that has accompanied him on previous missions, and I think
Yeah.
that since she's around and Arva's not going to be joining us tonight, that's what he's going for.
I think one of the consequences of a roll from a previous episode was that she like is specifically hostile towards you, which is why she's been haunting the mansion. So I don't think that this means that she will become a like permanent ally, but I think that a double six success here means that she can be an asset for your next
Spirit
What's the
roll
word?
attuned.
not heist, but like heist score. So an
Okay.
asset for a score is a specific thing, but it can
Okay.
be like, so she is a ghost. She's like basically like tier 2, and she will be an asset for you. You can use her on your next score. Like you can, as though you had hired her
Okay.
to do something for you.
Sounds good.
But
So
only
Kel
for-
has rushed.
but only for one score. Assets only last for one score. It's a
So
temporary.
Kel has rushed up to Susan, stuck his face into the ghost field, and said, "Woman, be at peace. You may not love me, but you will respect me." And he like holds his finger up in front of her face.
Oh boy. So Elena looks so, Elena just kind of exasperation with that. Turns back to Karen, looks at Karen, looks at the wolves, looks back at Karen. They like you. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Karen Butcher. I am a researcher.
I don't
and
know you.
Yes, I wouldn't expect you to, but I'm so glad that I finally found where you are. I think that what happened at your presentation was a travesty. I think it was unjust, miscarriage, and I think you're right.
Elena's-
I think you're right.
Elena's face is just glowing. You read my papers.
Yes,
You can write? Kel
You
says.
know?
Yes,
And
I
you
read.
know about. So you know
I
That
gesture
is-
at the wolves.
that is.
Yes,
Oh.
yes, we're not so different.
Look at how clever they are. They know you. They see you. They feel you. Look at this. She turns to
and
Cal.
you.
She turns to Cal and
You,
gestures.
hi.
She's just gesturing and talking
me.
like a.
Who is? I'm sorry. Who I should
Look at
be?
this. What is your
where are my
name?
manners? Yes. I'm Karen Butcher. Who are you?
I am Elena Blackpaw.
No. You. I look at.
Kel,
Oh,
Kel
this
kind
one.
of disengages from
Oh.
Susan as she floats away.
This is
Oh, she
Kel.
doesn't float away. She sticks very close to you, Cal.
This is
Okay,
Kel.
sure.
He is boss. Where is Farkas Renier, Wolfpack. He's he's kind of clever. He's bad taste in women. She points at the she gestures at Susan or at the ghost. Susan is trying to date a ghost, but we're working on him.
I've had some extreme ghostly mental health issues in the recent past, and you are seeing the unfortunate fallout. Still kind of working through some domestics. I am Kale Tradat,
Like
chief of Farkas Renier. And he
Like I
holds his
said,
hand out.
we're working on him. As you know
I-
from my research and writings, it is premised that people can be, remediated and set into the correct way of living. And
So, Karen Butcher,
I
tell me,
I shake his hand.
you
what
are a lover of wolves,
are you
and
doing?
what else?
Not not strictly wolves. Yes, wolves are majestic creatures. There is much that we humans can learn about ourselves from the animal worlds as a whole.
Superior creatures.
Yes, creatures that are, shall we say, aware of their own creatureness in a way that this world stifles and stultifies in us humans.
You
Yes.
hear Kel make a noise from deep in his core that is a good bit more like an animal's growl than a human noise, and he says, Karen Butcher, you will be an honored guest. I like your style. Elena, you have brought even more amazing people. Open-minded. I feel a lot of synergy here. And I think Kel puts his arm around Karen and starts walking her towards the backside of the house where there's a patio. And he starts lighting a fire to start grilling meat. And he says, tell me, Karen, what are your 5 favorite predators in all the world?
Spiders. Wolves.
That's a great one.
These are not in any order, mind you. These are not in any order.
How could you even rank them? I couldn't do it.
I
Kel
think that
is
the canids in
striking,
general
trying to light a
just
fire.
Elena butts in. You cook dinner in here. I show her around the.
No. She has to finish telling me rest of 5. I'm boss, and I say so. Go get this. Go get the blood wine. And he sends Elena to go get the blood wine.
No,
very clever creatures, foxes.
not go get the blood.
I don't think Kel even recognizes that you didn't leave. All right, so we've got spiders,
Cats,
foxes,
cats certainly. The big cats, small cats, jungle cats, house cats. They all have that predator's instinct, that sense of who they are. This none of this being in denial about what sort of creature they are, what their purpose is, why they were put on God's earth. No question. The wolves, though, of all these creatures, the wolves are the most in touch with their pack instinct. And I think that we, there's
So one might
yes,
even say
yes. Socialized does not mean
Right.
domesticated. Socialized does not mean domesticated.
perhaps one might say civilized. As far
Perhaps.
as society, as far as having one is concerned.
Perhaps you could say
Perhaps.
that.
Kel is
Perhaps
looking at
would
the
be
two of
right,
these
not-
women like they're muttering in ancient Greek or something. He has
Some-
no idea
some
what's
would
going on.
not say that though.
So
But I need a fifth. I need a fifth. What is the 5th predator?
I mean, personally, I'm a really big fan of Honey Badger, right? I mean, a lot of attitude, a lot of follow through, no quit, problem solver, vicious, pound for pound, absolute murderer. It's either that or shrews, like the little wolf shrew.
Mm-hmm.
And they got the tiny little when they kill the snake.
Yes.
Yes.
Enough.
I can't decide
Enough.
then.
Is honey badger is fine in as fifth in fifth doesn't
You've
matter.
convinced me. Honey badger.
Yes, it's 1 out of 5 might as well be 10. What never? Why now? Tell us, Karen, what are you doing here? Let us talk of more serious things. What are you doing here?
Well, I'm a little unclear on what fact may be separated from the fiction, what is in fact true. But I am to understand that you are pursuing your aims of undomesticating society. I want to help. I am here to
I
help.
think
Excellent.
I think this
Well,
can be
welcome
our
to-
score for tonight.
Welcome to the pack, Karen Butcher.
In what way can Elena I think this is Karen has showed up just to help Elena. So I think the next score
I think what Karen.
naturally will be something that will help Elena with Elena's overall goals.
I think Elena. So one idea, Elena might want to sort of test Karen's commitment, and so she might.
Hazing.
Well, if she's going to recall the whole incident where where Elena was run out of the spark rights. So she might suggest a little vengeance there, and maybe going after maybe doing a hit on Talker, maybe or if not trying to kill him outright, then I don't know, destroying some of his stuff, killing some of his associates. I think she's going to suggest let's go hurt the spark rights.
Can we kill 2 birds with 1 stone and try to rob from them?
I'm never above efficiency, as is the way of the wolf.
Bit of synergy, a little bit, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah?
What do you think, Karen? You know what the spark rights have done to me. What should we do to them in return?
Should I describe myself physically at this point?
Sure.
See what I look like?
Can you get us a Josh?
Oh, I will. Once I hear the description, I'll try to get you an image.
Make
but
sure
go for
it has the proper number of limbs.
No promises. Karen, what do you look like?
Well, I dress for warmth. I'm wearing both a scarf and a I guess brown coat. Would it be?
We haven't gone too deep into the weather down here.
Well,
I think,
it's always appropriate to not wear earmuffs, so I'm not.
fair.
The coat reaches down to my thighs. Thick, warm pants and fur-lined boots. I've got. I'm a little on the short side. 5 foot, not quite nothing. Shoulder length blonde hair, brown eyes.
Great. We don't need a big description. And the way Blades is supposed to work is we find out who the character is sort of by what they do. So we don't have to, at the beginning, a character is supposed to be just real broad brush strokes, very little description, and then we find out who this person is by the score. So I think we should mention, for the sake of any possible future listeners, however unlikely that may be, that that Karen Butcher is running the Spider playbook and has taken the Functioning Vice special ability. Anything else special about this? I guess you picked the stupor as your vice. Academic background, Scovelin heritage.
Yep.
Yeah. So the spider is a planner, a calculator. You get experience points as a spider for addressing a challenge with calculation or conspiracy. So Karen is a good one to maybe set up the first part of the score, or to guide you guys during a score, or to Karen is sort of the man in the van, pulling all the strings, or maybe the face, schmoozing at the party while the others do the dirty work in a side room, something like this.
Mhm.
Yeah. So what you have a particular target in the spark rights you're interested in?
So the obvious one for Elena would be Talker, her adversary, who I think we decided Talker has been tracking uh, Elena's um, Elena's uh, activities,
Okay.
and so she'd like
Writing
to
notes.
eliminate him. She also wouldn't mind going after anyone who was involved with her ejection from the organization.
Cool. So, I should note at this point, you have gone up against the spark rates before, but uh, being able to, they are a tier 4 organization. So just being able to do anything to them as a tier 0, you sort of are forced to pick and choose like the weakest possible target of theirs. If you go after them at the
Right.
center of their strength, almost all of your rolls will start from 0 effect. It'll be like desperate, no effect at all when you go up against these people who are 4 tiers higher than you. So I guess the main thing that we have to plan is how can you nip at the edges? Like wolves will pick the weakest gazelle, the weakest the old, the injured. I think that's this kind of score. You need to find, and we can just make this up. There's nothing anywhere saying, exactly what
Yeah.
exists.
I say, Kel kind of butts in and says, I say we bleed them deeply where it hurts, and we take a payment shipment or hijack a particular truck or boat with valuable goods and move them.
What do you think, Karen? How do you think we make them hurt?
I think we disrupt their research.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Could we possibly disrupt their research by depriving them of funding? I think Kel is
Yes.
arguing
Or
for the money
equipment.
side.
Or research equipment.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, could we steal something really, really valuable of theirs?
Anything really, really valuable, is going to be protected according to its value by tier 4, like, guards or locks or buildings or whatever.
Okay, so can we do something to try to find an appropriate piece of the pie to bite off?
Yes. And this is where a gather information roll is a great idea.
I can hunt things. How about
So what specifically are you? So for the gather information roll, you tell part of the story and I tell another part of the story, where you tell me like what exactly you're doing in the city
I have an
to
idea.
try and gather this information.
I have an idea. So like maybe Karen knows about some equipment that maybe we could target. And so Elena is like, oh, okay. She gives the information, and Elena says, okay, well, how about I take you out hunting with me and we'll scout it out together.
Okay.
That sounds good. I'm down for
Yeah.
that.
So like Karen provides some, background information, and Elena will provide the sort of the the information gathering expertise.
So what I'm imagining is that Karen has some. Tell me how this strikes you. Most people think of the lightning towers, which are the Sparkright's primary responsibility in Duskfall, which is a very important responsibility. But most people think of them as like a Tesla coil with Leviathan blood hooked up to it, and like it's basically a two-part machine, right? Most people don't realize that there's some very complex conversion that has to take place between like the energy of the Leviathan blood fuel and the electroplasmic discharge that actually drives the ghosts away, and that there is like what do we want to make it? Like in modern terms, I would say it's like a circuit, but an integrated circuit. But maybe for this, it's like it's a very like specifically shaped crystal. Like you need this very, just to get the, like there's one stage of the process that needs this very specific vibratory energy, and it can only come from like this specific kind of like barrel, this like blue gem. It's a key component it's not particularly expensive, not particularly noteworthy, but it has to be like exact. Like they're hard to make. It's hard to source these things. They get shipped in from outside, and most people don't know that these exist. But Karen, you know that if the supply of these barrels, BERYL,
Yes.
that if these barrels gets disrupted, that it will hurt the Sparkrights far more than the actual like cost of the barrels itself would seem to indicate.
Yep. It's the straw that broke the camel's back.
This is like, yeah, like
It's the horseshoe nail, for the want of which the kingdom
exactly
fell.
This is you're able to identify a horseshoe nail, and so Elena is hunting around the city to self. Am I still, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yep.
You went st, and then you were silent for about 6 seconds.
Yeah, because okay, you know what? Whatever. I guess I'm not using the Yeti microphone anymore. It decided to disconnect.
Well, I can still hear you clearly.
Are you guys hearing an echo from me at all?
Nope.
Not really.
Like when Josh talks? Say something, Josh.
Even when I talk?
Nope, not really.
Awesome. Great. You might have to speak up a little more because now I'm using my laptop speaker. This laptop has very poor USB support, and I'm sorry about that.
It wouldn't be a store if something didn't go wrong.
So I think that the better your gather information roll, Elena, the better you can hunt. The easier of a target you will be able to find. So if you roll a 1 to 3, you're going to find like, here's the warehouse where these things are kept that we'd have to break into.
Right.
If you get like a 4 or 5, it's going to be like, here's a a courier organization that carries them from the docks to the thing.
Right.
And if you get 6, it'll be something even easier than that.
Okay. So like, what's the state of things?
This is not.
Just
This
okay,
is just.
gotcha.
This is just like a fate roll.
Gotcha. So I've got 3 dice for hunt. Having Karen around, does that can we? I can't remember how like group actions work. Is that?
Sorry, hold on a second.
I think in the case of a group action, the leader takes
Sorry.
stress.
What can you not remember how it works?
Like group actions? So I've got 3 dice for hunt.
I don't think you can do a group action for a gather information roll.
Okay.
But I think
So
3 dice for a gather information roll is really good.
yeah, I mean, I'll take everything I can get though. All right, I'll do my gather information. So
Well, okay, actually, hold on.
What?
The way a group roll usually works is that you both do the same action, and then the leader takes 1 stress per failure. So if you're willing to take stress for it before the score even starts, then I will let you can do a group roll for this
Karen
gather information roll.
Doesn't actually have points in hunt.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm along to learn, not to.
Okay, if Karen doesn't have points in hunt, it would be a very bad idea. You would just be taking a stress probably for nothing.
All right, I'll roll my 3 dice. So I'm gonna roll 3 for another hunt, and I got I got 2 1s and a 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is as I said. The best you're able to do is you're able to find the warehouse. Let me pull up I want the labeled one.
I think maybe Elena is a little the idea of having an acolyte along has her a bit distracted, and so she ends up spewing, like telling Karen a lot of useless stuff and not actually getting things done. They wander around the city a lot, talking about wolves.
Yep. And in fact, by the time that Karen has located, or by the time Elena has located the warehouse, she is no longer able to locate Karen.
Karen got lost.
Yep.
That's fair.
Yep.
Where is the darn map? Sorry. Here we go.
Elena finds the warehouse, realizes that Karen is gone, and instead of further scouting the warehouse, goes and looks for Karen for a while.
So what happens is that you are able to find a warehouse in Brightstone, and there is a jeweler shop in Brightstone, which is like an upscale rich person's neighborhood that actually cuts these gems, and they have like a storage room in the back that you would be able to get into. but this is still going to be a tough nut to crack. Brightstone is a fancy neighborhood. It's a nice place. The people there have a lot of money, and they it's not going to be a super easy heist to get these. But I think it's time to pick.
Yeah. So eventually, Karen and Elena get back to the.
Well, can I do some gathering information while I'm separated from Elena?
Well, I don't know about doing multiple gather information roles for a
one and
heist
done,
because
huh?
we could just narrate you guys gathering information until you get a good roll.
That's not exciting.
I think it's time to start planning this heist. And you haven't been able to find the weakest point, but it's a good deal. It's a good deal weaker than actually like assaulting the Sparkwrights themselves would be. This is just a jeweler shop.
Yep.
So we're within the realm of plausibility now.
Yeah.
So we come back and report to Cal, tell him what we found.
So we need to
found
pick
the jeweler's shop. I also found Karen. She disappeared for a little. Where did you go? Anyway.
Well, I was trying to get to the library, but I realized that from Brightstone, I don't know the way to the library. It's not somewhere that I go often.
Well, it's good you came back here. You should always come back here. It's a good place.
So we need to pick the plan: assault, deception, stealth, occult, social, or transport. So for us, and we have to pick the detail for that plan. So for assault, we're going to pick the point of attack. For deception, we have to pick the method of deception. Stealth, we have to pick the point of infiltration. Occult, the arcane method. Social, you have to pick the social connection. And for transport, you have to pick the route and means. And I think like a jewel heist, you could probably pick any of these and we could make it work.
I think Elena's going to vote for assault. Smashing.
I'm inclined toward transport, social, deception.
What do you think, Kel? Big boss?
Really wish Arva didn't have to go do that meat delivery. The big regional seasonal meat transfer that he's got to do.
Meet and greet.
Useful, wouldn't he? No greeting, just meeting.
Maybe.
What do you think?
Lots of meat.
What were you gonna say?
We have
Matt.
shop, you know.
Just trying to get you guys to decide. What do you think?
I think Cal says, you think, Elena, maybe we don't go for full-on assault until we get a sense of Karen's abilities. Intercepting the barrels out in transit seems to be the smartest play. No, I mean, the wolves, they hunt best while they are running. The vulnerability of the herd separating away.
That's good.
Okay.
That's good. This is fine. The wolves must eat at some point, boss.
Cal leans over to Karen and whispers, Elena's very, very stubborn, but it's actually pretty easy. If you just couch it in the wolf metaphor, usually she's pretty game for like most stuff. But you do have to keep like a lot of wolf metaphors up top. And he like leans over.
Into the wolf thing. Got it.
So what are you going to be carrying through danger to
the barrels?
To make how will you get them?
Kel can use. He's got a ritual now
Wait,
that would
this
allow
be-
him
wait,
to
are
locate the
you-
barrels exactly.
this
So you're
seems
talking
like-
about occult then?
Wait, whoa. This sounds like more of a stealth thing, like trying to like intercept rather than us transporting something, us intercepting someone else transporting something. Like
Right.
Sneaking around and capturing.
Yeah, I think for transport, you have to already have the thing that you're transporting. Like transport is when you are transporting a thing. Like if you're
Well, then
intercepting something else that's being transported, I think it has to be a different.
That would be more of a stealth thing. It would seem to me.
I mean, or it could be.
I mean,
Assault?
a cult might work here, right? Because Kel would use his ritual to locate, and that way we don't have to summon a bunch of ghosts to do it.
Elena's going to strongly push back against him.
The ritual has to be used during downtime.
Okay. Well, we haven't started a score yet. Can we do some downtime here at the beginning of?
Elena
no?
doesn't want to do an occult.
You get two downtime activities per score that you do, and you guys have already done your downtime for the last score.
All right. That's fair. Okay. So yeah. So can we try to steal these barrels while they're being shipped to the warehouse? We know their destination.
But Josh, you can certainly do occult. Like you have a ghost. If you come up with an arcane method to acquire these gems, then that can be the score.
So basically, we would go to the warehouse, create a distraction, and have Susan basically try to steal them for us. Like she would phase shift through a wall and bring them out or something like that.
If you want to push for an arcane, for an occult score, go ahead. Elena is going to push back very hard.
Right.
Just saying.
Right.
Okay, so the team is not on board with an occult score. It seems like transport is not going to work.
No. If the ghost girl comes, what you said you were breaking up with her. Get rid of the witch.
Listen, I'm going to get. Hey, listen. First of all,
I'm not going. Do you want to bring the hag along? You give me extra coin.
You already get extra coin every single time. See, you can't be greedy little piggy and say I'm going to get double greedy piggy meals if
Then
you're already being greedy little piggy.
Then don't bring the hag. I'm sick of her. You say you'll get rid of her. You don't get rid of her.
Okay, mister, I've got problem. Sounds like you volunteered to provide solution. How you want to do it?
Don't bring the hag.
Listen, she may be useful, Elena. Don't you think that we could have some use for a ghost that seems to be on Mr. I'm sorry, Mr.
Kel. Mr. Trodot. Boss man.
Mr. Know the kinds of problems this witch has caused. She's not an asset.
Okay, but all right. Okay.
Wolves are dangerous, Elena. I don't know if you know this or not. Like, wolves do bite people sometimes. So, perfectly safe is not perfectly good. Right?
I love this interpersonal conflict, but we got to pick between assault, deception, stealth, or social.
Stealth.
You know what, Karen? I think it now is as good of time as any to rip off Band-Aid. I think you're going to see what assault looks like, okay? We are going to kill some fools and take some gems. There will be shining red everywhere as long as the barrels are red. Because the blood is already.
Convince me of that, Mr. Boss.
Okay, awesome.
It's not hard.
Yeah, you
So-
don't think you're double dipping in the money cut this time, though. All right.
Oh,
So what you've
Oh.
got here, what you're looking at
which
here
state
is
home? I am happy.
a cobblestone street that is in good repair. There are a lot of, it's a rich neighborhood, so there are a lot of electroplasmic lights. There's a lot of street lights that keep it pretty well lit. Both sides of this street are lined with shops. So there's like bakeries and clothes stores and various consumer goods, a cheese shop, wine shops, and among them is this jeweler's shop. It's not in the most crowded part of the street. It is sort of near the end of the street where where there's not quite as many people. It's not quite as crowded. Because it doesn't do quite as much of the personal jewelry, ornamental jewelry type stuff. It gets a lot of its business from doing this sort of arcane electronics type jewel cutting.
So it's
Right,
an
but
industrial jeweler.
It's both. It's both. It takes both kind of jobs, and that is why it's located here. There is a storefront. So when you walk past it, you see it does have a nice glass window. There's a door with a little bell, and there are some sales. There are a couple of salespeople inside, and there are nice cases and shelves that are displaying necklaces and rings and different kinds of jewelry and stuff. But the sales floor is fairly small, and there's a door in the back that seems to lead back into an area that's not available to the general public, which is probably where the spark rights orders get constructed and fulfilled. So what do you want the point of infiltration to be? Not the point of infiltration, the point of attack.
Point of attack. Okay. So we're talking going in through the front versus going in through the back versus trying to dig a tunnel from below or bust through the wall of the next door building or come in through the
Where
roof.
are you going to attack this place or these people?
So in the course, how many guards are there?
I think I'll say also that there's a back door, but there doesn't seem to be any kind of basement or cellar, and there is not a second story.
My vote is for, rather than attack the warehouse proper, attack the transit point between the jeweler and the warehouse, or between the warehouse and the destination for the barrels.
Interesting.
In the open. This is not a bad idea.
Seems like we would get the most raw material if we hijack a shipment from the warehouse to the jeweler, because they're probably going to ship him more stuff at once than he's going to ship out.
Yes, this is good.
Makes sense.
Cool. So what point are you going to attack? Are you going to lay an ambush?
Yep.
Where's that going to be?
Whatever the least populated part of the route is, right? That way we can maybe use the wolves.
Unfortunately, you have not figured out what anybody's route is to get to this place or from this place.
Maybe we should figure out what the route is to get to this place.
Wait for stake out the warehouse. Wait for a departing shipment for the jeweler, and follow and hit.
What you have is the jeweler.
Oh,
Okay.
not the warehouse.
I mean, so they have like a back room where they presumably store these things before they sell them to the
Yeah.
spark rights.
Right.
So
So
you can
ultimately,
certainly
we have-
stake this place out just fine, and there will probably be some barrels coming through the back door or the front door to go to the spark rights at some point. That's
but the
totally
best thing would
doable.
be to clear this place out.
I see.
It's up to you.
Yeah. So the harder we hit the jeweler, the harder we hit the spark rights. So the point of infiltration is the safe itself. Does it have a safe or a storeroom or a strong room?
The point of attack.
Okay.
Back door?
Yeah, I guess back door, right? We've got
Yeah,
to
so
get
I
in.
think choose between. I'm going to narrow this down so that we can move on to the next part. Choose between staking out the back door, or staking out the front door, or busting in the back door, or busting in the front door.
Okay.
Stake out the back door. That's my vote.
Okay. We can stake out the back door.
Let's do it.
Awesome. Cool. So we're doing an assault. We're gonna. The point of attack is the back of this building, the back door of this building, and you're gonna wait there for somebody to come along. So we're gonna do the engagement roll. You start with 1 die. We get +1 for every major advantage, -1 for every major disadvantage. Operation is particularly bold or daring. I think this is waiting at the back door of a jewelry shop to take some gems is not particularly bold or daring. Is it? No, you know what? This is bolder. This is particularly bold or daring because this is a jewelry shop in Brightstone. This is not some crappy little place in Night Market or Coleridge. This is in Brightstone. So this is particularly bold or daring. Plan's detail exposes a vulnerability of the target or hits them where they're weakest. I think so. Yes, that's why you picked this jeweler shop, because it's one of the most vulnerable points for the spark rights.
It's a weak link in the spark right supply chain.
Yeah, friends or contacts provide aid or insight. I think that's a 4th. Target is not a lower tier. You don't get any district modifiers. Okay. Now, disadvantages. So that's 4. That's pretty good. Disadvantages. Operation is overly complex or contingent on many factors. I think this is not very complex at all.
Smash and grab.
Target is strong against this approach or has particular defenses or preparations. I believe that a jewelry shop is going to have a particular defense or preparation for exactly this sort of thing. So
True.
that's -1. Enemies or rivals interfering in the operation? I don't think so. Target is a higher tier, so that's going to be -1 as well. So we're going to roll 2 die and tell me what you get, somebody. 2 dice.
Fearless leader.
Very good. I shall roll 2 dice, for I am the fearless leader, and am not stalling at all.
Whoop.
6. 3 and a
Hey,
6.
there it is.
A 3 and a 6. Excellent. So with a 6, you get a good result. You're in a controlled position when the action starts. So I think the first part of this action is going to be that you guys take up your positions. And so because of your excellent engagement roll, the position for this is controlled. This is a controlled standard to take up positions around this back door where you are hiding and you can't be seen so that you can spring an ambush on somebody when they come.
Okay,
So somebody tell me.
Do I have access to my wolves? We should roll for that. Shouldn't we?
Yeah, yes, you do.
I mean, I have a
They're a cohort of yours, so
Yeah.
you can bring them into this like whenever.
Okay, cool.
But
Sweet.
I mean, bringing wolves into Brightstone is gonna. There are some natural consequences for that.
Okay, cool.
And it's the same thing with Susan, Josh. Susan is an asset. I've given you that just as though you had like used downtime to gain an asset who's a ghost.
Right.
So you can just like without having to pay me anything, you can say, okay, this is where, I give Susan the signal and she does her thing. So, yeah, you guys, somebody has to give me some kind of action to actually set up this stakeout. I think a group action would be appropriate.
I've got Prowl.
I also have Prowl.
Now, in what way does Prowl contribute to you staying still?
Prowl about unseen and traverse ambush with close violence.
Yeah, but this is not actually ambushing. This is like preparing.
But it is setting up an ambush.
Yeah, you know what? We can make this a Prowl roll. But I think it's a group roll because you're all doing this. You're all like getting yourself set up for this ambush. So each of you roll Prowl, and we are going to take the highest number that any of you get, and anybody who fails, it's going to cause stress for the person who's the leader. Which one of you is going to lead this?
I think Elena will take the lead.
Okay. Awesome. And Karen, since you don't have any dots in Prowl, what you're going to do is you're going to roll 2 die, and you're going to take the lower one of them instead of the higher one.
I have an alternative idea. Dress the part. Look like I belong here until it's time to spring.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so you don't have to be part of this Prowl roll then.
Yep.
You can all three roll something different. So you want to use your fine cover identity?
Yep.
Okay, great. Oh, everybody pick your load as well. What's your loadout?
Oh,
be sure to mark that on your character sheet.
Jackson, we get +2. It's a bonus to whatever load we take.
So, functional load is 2 more
+2.
than
Yeah.
whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going light.
I'll go light.
I'm going normal because we're going in to kill people.
That's true. Maybe I should go normal as well. All right, I'll go normal. That's fine.
All right. So Karen, this is great. You're going to use your cover identity to like make yourself. Are you gonna like? What are you gonna do with this cover identity?
I've put on my best jacket, my just generally break out the best outfit. Look like I belong in what was it?
Brightstone.
Brightstone. Yes, where the bright stones are. And I am going to look like I belong, and appear to be warming myself up with a cigarette within sight of the attack point.
Okay. Cool. So this is a.
I've never smoked before.
This is a controlled standard roll because you're using your fine cover identity. This is going to be controlled. Effectively, it's going to be controlled great for you. What action is this going to be?
Okay. It sounds like it might be.
Actually, you know what? It doesn't start as controlled standard. I think it should start it as at controlled controlled lesser effect.
Okay.
Can
But
But your find cover identity will bump it up to controlled standard.
Okay. I think it could count as survey.
Yeah. Well,
I think if someone starts questioning what I'm doing there, or starts looking at me, I think we could push it into sway territory.
I think that. So the way to sort of tell whether you can do something for one of these actions is, can you use it? Can you use that word in a sentence? So like, what are you surveying to accomplish? Setting up this this stakeout. So if what you're doing is you're surveying to find a good spot, that's possible. But if you can't survey to disguise yourself. You can consort or sway. I think it's much more of a consort role.
Okay. Sounds good. Perhaps strike up a, this will probably be more plausible and look more like an ordinary situation if I start socializing with someone, even though they're a stranger. Just strike up a conversation.
Sure.
Pass you by.
Yeah.
The greatest of all challenges in a fantasy roleplay world, talking to a stranger.
Yeah, so
Very risky.
the roll stands at controlled standard for you for this consort roll.
All right, let's control the standards. And we've got ourselves...
Woo! Okay. Success with a consequence. At some point we need to start the police get suspicious clock, but I think that since what you're doing here is trying to position yourself not to attract notice, I think that would be undoing the success of your role to start that. So the consequence has to be something else. I think the consequence is that the person you're talking to, like, doesn't want to leave. You strike up a conversation with like this little old man who's clearly retired and he has nothing to do. And he's so delighted that you're talking to him that he does not walk away. You start talking about the weather and he talks back, and you get into a conversation, and you have to stand here because this is the place where you're scoping out the score. But this guy is just standing there with you. So that's what's going on with you. What are the other two of you doing to establish your position for the stakeout?
I think Cal is trying to run that old man off. He'd like to make a sway roll.
Okay.
Is this a controlled roll?
So I think the first challenge that I gave you, the first challenge in this heist is get set up for the stakeout, right? So you rolled a really good engagement roll, which means that getting set up for the stakeout you're in a controlled position for that. I guess driving off the old man can be your contribution to getting set up for the stakeout. Yeah, so that's fine. Yeah, so you're going to go up to this old guy and what are you going to do?
I think he's going to look at him and say something about. Oh, there you are! Thank goodness. Your grandchild is very, very sick across town. Go, you must go to them now.
So you're sort of counting on this guy being a little bit out of touch.
I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, I
Go
think.
for it.
I think Kel. He's not trying to like intimidate the guy off. I think he's. Yeah, I think he's going to try. Go ahead.
Are you genuinely trying to trick him?
No, I mean, I think Kel is going to walk up to Karen, and he's gonna put on a jealous front. He's gonna pretend like he really doesn't appreciate paying all these attentions to his woman, so to speak. So I think he's going to use sway to try to
Deception,
run
then.
this guy off. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. I think this is controlled standard.
Okay. Man, I'm already half full of stress. I'm just gonna run. I'm gonna wing it. Let's see what happens. 5. Okay.
Cool. Yeah. So success with a consequence. So you do, in fact, the guy does, in fact, turn to leave. So you okay, here it is. Here's the consequence. You act a little bit like angry. You act like you're sort of a jealous boyfriend type, right?
Right.
And the people on the street around like give you a couple of looks. Like people take notice a little bit, right? And so I am starting a clock. And this is only because this was a controlled situation. You're only going to get 1 point on an 8 clock for this. This is very minor. This is a very minor consequence. Let me see. Where can I make clocks? Here we go. Here's an 8 clock. 1 tick, and it is called calls the blue coats.
It's the fuzz. Scram.
All right, Elena, what are you going to do to get yourself set up for this stakeout? And after you do this, and all 3 of you are set up, we're going to go to our quick break.
All right, I am going to try to find a way to infiltrate wolves into Brightstone, and like that's sort of my setup. Like find, get a couple wolves into Brightstone, get them set up, kind of hidden around, so that when when the action happens, I can send them in for a hit, get them out.
Okay, my friend, you are making a clever use of the rules of the game because I am obligated to give you controlled for this because of your very excellent engagement roll. I have to make this controlled. But you are starting with lesser effect on this. You will not be able to get them very close.
Okay.
Standard effect would be you get them like within striking distance of the place.
I mean,
lesser effect is they're like, a block away, and they can probably hear you, but it'll take them a little while to get here.
I could do a desperate action, right?
You can trade position for effect, and you can bump this up to risky standard. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
You could also take 2 stress to push yourself to get it to controlled standard.
How many
Um,
times can you do that? Can he push it to desperate great?
No. Oh, how many times can you trade? I don't know if you can trade position multiple times.
Well, I think I'll do that. I'll do. I will trade position for effect, and I will push myself.
Do you want to push yourself for the extra die or
Oh.
for the extra level to your effect?
If I push it for level, I don't get the experience, right?
The experience you get for position,
Yeah.
not for effect.
I mean, that's no fun. I want the experience. So
I don't think you can. I don't think you can trade position for effect twice. I don't think you can get to desperate here.
Oh, I can't. No. Well,
No.
That's no fun.
But you can
if
either have 3
trade
dice
position for
or have
effect
great
once,
effect.
you get to standard. You get to risky standard, and then if you push yourself,
So
you can get to risky great.
I'll do
Or-
risky. I will do risky standard, and I will push myself for an extra die. So I've got 3
Okay.
dice at risky standard. Here we go.
Perfect.
All right.
Let's do it.
Boo! Yeah, I got 2, 3, and a 6.
All right. Okay. So with the 6 there,
I get my wolves in place.
at standard effect with your wolves there, you are able to. I'm going to say that there's like a. There's like a vacant lot. No, there's one of the buildings behind this building that you're focused on, right? One of those buildings out back has like a disused midden. It's got like an old crapper, an old poop hole that has some space in it, and it's like 100 years old. You know, it's like a bricked over space, like near the foundation of one of these buildings, and the bricks have worn away. So you like beforehand, you like you get your wolves like settled in this like den. It's almost like a dark little cave like den that they're in, and it's just like it's like 150 feet from the building that you guys are going to.
Yep. All right.
And if you tried to do that during the score, or if you tried to do it as a flashback, that would not have been controlled. I do not.
These Karen's out front schmoozing with the locals. Kel's causing a commotion. All this stuff's going on. I sneak a couple wolves around the block.
You're just walking some dogs, I guess.
These dogs are really big. But
These are exotic, fancy wolfhound dogs, and
like
you're just a
someone in
dog
Brightstone.
walker.
Yep, in Brightstone, rich, fancy dogs.
A lot of dog walkers in Brightstone, I guess.
Brightstone. A lot of dog walkers in Brightstone looking at the abandoned privy behind the jeweler shop.
Okay, so let's go to a 10-minute break for a 10-minute bio break, and we'll be back at 9:10.
See you soon.
What's up?
What's up, dude? I genuinely was not trying to game the system there. I thought it just seemed like a cool thing to do.
The game very deliberately allows you to like make the first I have to come up with a way that it's easy for you guys. If you roll that 6, that's the game. But I do want to make sure that you guys, I did want to make sure that you guys understand that normally bringing wild animals into Brightstone would not be a controlled.
Yeah. I mean, I probably would have tried it anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it might have started as desperate.
Yeah. No, I probably would have done it anyway. Just because, wolves, right? If you got them.
You have a brand to maintain.
I got to maintain. Gotta get those points for expressing my beliefs drives heritage or background.
There we go. No, I'm not backlit.
You're in my old room.
Yeah.
That's my painting.
Yep.
You want to see some of my art, Matt? That I made way back in the day.
I see.
I made that in high school.
It's indistinct at this size and level of light availability.
Yeah, it's a little hard to see the color. It's also that's my non-objective art phase.
Non-representationalist.
Yeah. I was studying Kandinsky. Growing paint is fun.
What's the material?
Just acrylic on canvas.
I can't hear you very well.
Acrylic on canvas.
Hola.
Buenos dias.
Buenos noche.
It's a dias somewhere.
I realized what I should have said was, everybody, it's the buzz. Scatter. Because they're spark rights.
Yep. That sounds great. All right. Let's get started. I never stop the stream, so we're still streaming. Let's get back to this score. So the three of you are currently waiting. I think we said you're out back of a jewelry store, and you're set up. You've made sure that you have some allies nearby, and you have made sure that one of you looks inconspicuous. The other two, you look like you're here for something probably criminal. That is what you look like. And you have made sure that you're alone. The one person who was here with you, you've caused to go away.
I ran him off in a jealous fit.
Yeah. So what's the next challenge in this kind of heist? I think the next thing that happens is that somebody opens the door.
I mean, we're kind of just waiting for the.
Yeah, the door opens and a guy comes out and he's carrying a box. Now, here's a challenge. How do you know whether this box has the barrels in it that you're looking for?
So I suppose the first question is that the kind of thing that we have been leading up to because of the legwork that we've done? Like, are we familiar with how these things get shipped?
You can certainly do a flashback to attempt to establish such.
I can flashback. I have no stress.
So I think that other people who play this game misunderstand flashbacks, and I'll give my little spiel about it. Flashbacks, what the game book actually says is that the rules of the game do not distinguish between actions performed in the past and actions performed in the present. So for a normal flashback, there's zero cost. The only reason that you would impose a stress cost on a flashback is if you're doing something that's like out of the ordinary or would normally be risky or would normally like impose some kind of cost on the crew. I can use the stress cost to reflect that in the present. But if it's something that you could have just done anytime you wanted to do it, like there's no stress cost to the flashback. Just because it's in the past doesn't make it stressful. So yeah, what did you do?
I think having Karen do it though, mate, is a good fit.
Oh yeah.
Because she was the one who, kind of suggested this is where we hit them.
Perfect. So how would Karen have gone about figuring out how you would tell like what kind of box has these things in it? Or how can you tell
if he's coming out of the back room with the box, assuming that those are the barrels, his next destination is going to be to take them to the spark rights, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So back in the library.
Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. I decided that I should have told you this at the very beginning, but you guys will be able to sell these barrels for 4 coin. Okay.
4 coin. Okay. So in the library, I'm looking for Rami. I guess I find him.
Sure. You find a contact.
Yep,
of
it's
yours.
Rami. Rami, how are you?
I don't know who Rami is. Could you describe
Rami
for me?
is the head archivist, Rami Salamatu, at the library where I research things and also acquire recreational reading as well. That's sort of his thing. helps Sparkrights with research and other people who need to get books on stuff with the
Okay.
business of getting books on stuff.
Great. So, should I make up who Rami is and what he's like, or do you want to do
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, I mean you've got the gist.
Sure. I think Rami is a somewhat portly gentleman. I think he's got a very sort of Unix guru vibe, sort of suspenders, scraggly beard, not the best hygiene, but like he knows everything about his chosen area of expertise.
Josh, get us a picture.
I'm
Hi,
already there.
hi, Karen. What can I help you with?
How are things going?
Copacetic.
Good. I mean, there's, our business is books, but there's no reason to. We can take our time. But yeah, I'm actually wondering if Professor has how his experiments with catalytic barrels, has he said anything to you about how that's progressing?
Catalytic barrels. Let me see. And he turns to like a card catalog box. And this is not the library's card catalog. This is his personal. He's got like a wooden box full of like index cards to his own like files. He flips through it. Clark, C, Clark. Let's see. Clark, barrels. And this is the point where I love that picture. Oh, I want to be friends with that guy.
I love it too. He has 2 arms.
Yeah.
No
I like
more.
Yeah,
how
right
he's
number of
wearing
arms.
some of his books on his thumb.
Oh no!
I like the style of your bilateral symmetry, boy.
Yeah, it hasn't quite figured out where the thumbs go when you're carrying books in your hand.
Also,
Let's not talk about what he's doing to that book.
Oh, Midge.
All right, now, Mr. Book, I understand that you're getting a little bit older, and this is the sort of procedure that we all have to do. Is just spread your spine and cough for me. Just relax.
So
he's got the right number of arms. He's got the right number of arms. This is fine.
this is the point where you will make your this is, I think this is so you're going for information on. So tell me, why would Professor Clark know? Why? How could this conceivably get you the information that you need?
My thinking is that Professor Clark is, he's burned out some barrels recently, and he's going to need a new shipment to continue with his experimentation, his data gathering, etc.
Okay, so you know that this is somebody who has
if he's spoken to Rami about when he's expecting to conduct these things, then we're golden.
Okay, and so that might have given you like the idea of when to schedule this heist for.
Yes.
Okay, sure. That's totally legit. Make me. What action will you be using for this?
This is consorting with Rami in order to get the information that I need.
Sounds perfect. This is controlled standard.
Okay. Controlled standard. I am going to push it to risky. Great.
Oh, you want to trade effect for position.
Yes.
So that will make it risky for great effect.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm going to take 2 stress in order to get an extra die on this bad boy.
All right. Risky for great effect. Do it.
Okay. Why is the effect not going all the way? Oh, there it is. Okay. Found it. All right. Risky great. 1 bonus die. Roll the bones.
Ooh. Oh.
Do we have trouble in paradise?
Ouch. You didn't have to make this risky. But you did. So
You're going to get to learn about what happens when you try to refuse a consequence. But go ahead, Matt.
yeah, so the consequence that I'm about to say, you can always not refuse. What's the word? But it's basically refuse. You can reject a
Resist?
consequence. Sorry?
Resist?
Resist. Yes. You can always resist a consequence. Yeah, so the consequence is so Rami is going to tell you what you need to know, right? So he says, yeah, I certainly Professor Clark has been interested in getting these barrels fairly recently. I think it's every second Tuesday. He's been getting a shipment of these if the manifest is right. So he gives you the information, but the consequence is that he's going to tell somebody else. He's going to tell one of the Sparkwrights that Karen, who is sometimes okay, but sometimes kind of sus, right? That woman Karen was asking about the barrels, and he is going to tell a senior Sparkwright this with consequences that your crew does not necessarily foresee at this time.
If this is your first time trying to join for Kashrinya, you have to be sus.
Oh wait, you failed. It was
Yep.
a 3. I don't have to give you what you asked for. He doesn't tell you. He gives you nothing. I'm sorry. I said that all wrong. You get nothing, and he tells a senior Sparkwright that you've been snooping around.
Now, does resisting the consequence? I don't
Resisting
resist the
the
part where he doesn't tell me things, right? I don't resist that part.
You can't resist that part. You don't get the thing that you wanted. That was me having a brain fart. That was like me thinking that you got a 4 or a 5, but you
Though
didn't.
there
You
are
got a 3.
Karens everywhere all over the internet under the impression that you can resist to the point of victory.
But yeah, so you can resist this consequence, and what that looks like is you will take 6 stress, and then you will roll. I believe this would be a resolve roll. You would roll 3 dice, and you would subtract that number from the 6 stress. If you want to resist
the highest number that you roll.
Right, the highest number that you roll.
Okay.
So you're actually very good at resisting resolve consequences.
Okay.
3
Let's do it.
3 dice is good for this.
All right. So do I just click on any of these?
You would roll 3
just-
d6s.
Just type it
some
in like
way.
so. Got
You
it.
can also type into the chat /roll
Bingo.
space 3d6.
Okay.
So
So you got a 3. So you're going to take 3 stress to resist this consequence. So the thing that I said about him telling somebody that you were sus, that does not actually happen.
Yep.
But
When
also,
he doesn't tell me the information, I can get the vibe from him, and I say, Rami, you know that Professor Clark and I don't always see eye to eye. Please, I'll go to him for the information, and if he wants to tell me more about how his research is proceeding, then so be it. But I'd rather have that conversation face to face, if it's all right with you.
yeah, sure, that's fine. Okay. I don't
never
always
have the
understand you,
conversation,
Karen.
and then I never have the conversation.
Yeah. Great. But that is a failure on this flashback, and you will need to find another way of dealing with this challenge, which could be another flashback or another character could try something.
I mean,
but this has
so
not worked.
I could, I mean, so like I could make, I feel like Hunt would be a pretty good, a pretty good, would fit this pretty well. Maybe there's like a way that, like I could sort of, maybe Karen gave some telltale signs of like, I don't know, like maybe the barrels give off a certain glow or like maybe, okay, so like maybe she gave me some information about barrel transfer or something, like maybe they use a special type of container, and I'm looking for these telltale signs as I'm staking this place out. So
like the word fragile on the side of the box.
Yeah, or the word barrels on the side of the box. No, but just, like...
But what are you hunting for?
Information about, maybe it's like a, maybe, like, is there like a special,
Okay. Yeah.
like a special way that they're transported that I might pick up on.
Sniffing for the scent of the barrels, so to speak.
Yeah.
It's a metaphor. It's not literal sniffing.
I mean,
yeah, sure. Yeah, if you can make this roll. I'm gonna say this has to be like a flashback because you're trying to figure out like what is distinctive about this box, and in the moment there's no way for you to like get that information.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely be part of the, like part of the original stakeout, part of the, I mean, not like, like I could have done it while I was, kind of staking.
Or just at any point in time beforehand.
Yeah, okay.
Casing the joint.
Yeah, so you're casing the joint. You're going to use Hunt to case the joint to try and figure out what might be distinctive about a barrel shipment as opposed to other shipments.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So this is you're trying to case a jewelry store in Brightstone. This is risky with lesser effect.
I mean, this sounds like the time to go for desperate to standard effect.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'll do that. So I get an experience.
Desperate standard.
All right, here we go. Oh yeah, I got a 4, a 6, and a 6.
2 6s.
2 6s.
I was trying to think of what the most desperate of desperate consequences could be, but I don't have to think of that anymore. Nope. Now I have to think of what would be better than great effect. So for this, what I'm instructed to do is give you what you're looking for. Okay, so you know that there is a particular kind of box that is used for this. And so it's a Spark Rate issued box. So it's just a distinctive box. It's made of metal. there are hinges on one side and there's a lock on the other side, and it has the Sparkrite logo, like it's like not spray painted, but like painted on it.
Maybe they
Right.
have like a sorting system, like a warehouse sorting system. And
Yeah,
like,
it's got like a Sparkrite serial number on it.
yeah, and I recognize the number.
Yeah,
And
so
by the way, that's the symbol for the Sparkrites.
Oh yeah, the picture that just popped up.
axe. I love
That's
it.
just because your brain isn't like reading the Duskfall characters.
Right.
Like, yeah,
Exactly.
Percy
That's
Jackson rules. The letters would rearrange if you could really read it.
Yeah.
Sure. And then you get something else.
An extra barrel in the box.
Double barrel.
No, you know what? Here's what else you get. The double six, I have to give you. Okay. Not only do you find out you're casing the joint, right? And you watch somebody come, you actually see somebody come to pick up this this shipment, right? And this woman on a horse with like Sparkrite, wearing a Sparkrite uniform, meets somebody in the back, and they hand her this box, right? And it's actually not locked with a key. It's a combination lock, and you actually see the combination to the lock on the box when you are hunting for this box. So not only do you know what the boxes look like, but you know the combination.
Okay.
And somebody, just any of you, give me a fortune roll now. For a tier 0 crew, a fortune roll consists of rolling two dice, and taking the lowest number.
That's why we need to get that coin invested into raising.
If
our
you get a
tier.
4, 5, or 6, the person who's walking out of the door does have one of these barrel boxes, but if you get a 1, 2, or 3 on your fortune roll, they do not.
Who's rolling?
The leader.
All right. 2d6. Here we go. 2 and 2.
Yeah, so a dude comes out at the door. You guys are in the back. Dude comes out of the door, and he's carrying just like a regular. He's actually got like a messenger bag over his shoulder, right? And he comes out, and he looks around, and he sees one completely normal person. Karen, you appear completely normal. You made sure that you looked completely normal. These other two, you picked the loadout where you look like you might be up to something.
Uh-oh.
You deliberately picked that loadout, and so that means that you have a challenge now, which is this guy. If you don't do anything, you don't have to do anything. But if you don't do anything here, then you're going to get some ticks on that. Somebody calls the police.
All right. I tell him private security. Someone else is coming for. Client is coming here to pick up something expensive and discreet at the back door. Do not trouble yourself. And I kind of wave him on.
That is a great lie. I love it.
That is a
But
better
I do need a
solution than I
roll
had.
for it. I think.
Sway.
Yeah, what action are you doing? Sway. So
Yeah.
I think that that's such a good lie. I think that this is only going to be. I think this is going to be standard effect because it's a good lie. And it's going to be. I'm tempted to make it controlled, but I think it's got to be risky because you guys are like wearing like bulging trench coats or something.
Hmm.
So risky standard
Okay.
is how this starts out.
Is anybody else helping me here? Or is everybody else stressed out?
I could give you one. I'll take a stress. So
Okay.
I will pretend to be your assistant.
Are you kidding me?
This is not going great.
Woof. 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3.
So he gives you a look like he does not believe you, and he's like, "Okay," and he starts making his way out. So
I'm going to
you're
resist
gonna
that. I'm going to make a resolve roll for sure. For sure.
So the consequences, you're going to get 3 ticks on the somebody calls the police.
Yeah, no, I'm gotta roll that. So
you're going to take 3 stress to resist it, or no? What are you rolling?
no, I rolled a 6, so I don't take
Oh, you
any
rolled a
stress.
6.
I rolled a 6. Does something
got-
happen if you roll a 6?
You've got 4 dots in
Resolve.
resolve. Yeah. No, if you were to roll a double 6, then you
Gotcha.
would actually heal 1 stress.
Gotcha. Okay.
But no, a 6 just means that this costs you no stress.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. This was only risky. So yeah, you don't. The guy looks at you, and then he's like, "Okay, I guess that makes sense. You guys look a little rough around the edges," he thinks to himself. But okay, yeah, fair enough. And he goes on his way. And then, so the guy starts walking away, and the door is swinging shut.
Yep. This would be a great time for a wolf to shove its paw on the door.
Alternately, we could accost the man and interrogate him as to the whereabouts of the barrels. And then lock him in the privy.
Is there a privy? I was
That's
not privy.
That's where my wolves are hiding.
That's where the wolves are hiding.
Nothing to keep a nice, quiet ambush job rolling smoothly like a dude and a couple of wolves in a porta potty a few feet away.
Dude, if he makes any, if he doesn't keep quiet, the wolves will deal with him.
Well, I think I think we just got through a bunch of stuff to get rid of him. Like, we're gonna kill plenty of people inside here.
Okay,
so
fine.
I think somebody with finesse needs to make a finesse roll.
I have no finesse.
Nope.
Okay. I think I see the weakness in the plan.
I mean,
So
can I bring out the wolves?
So I'm telling you, the door is swinging shut, and this represents a very narrow window of opportunity. Is anybody seizing this opportunity?
Yeah. I'm gonna try to stop the door.
Okay. In what way are you going to do that?
I'm gonna make a finesse roll.
So you're going to. What are you finessing?
I've got a.
You don't have any finesse.
I've got I've got like a towel, right? A large, an object that I can throw and it'll go kersplat, but it won't make any noise, but it'll keep the door from closing, right? So it's basically a towel. Yeah.
Yeah. Mark off burglary gear on your loadout to have to have brought something of that nature.
Douglas Adams, eat your heart out. In your honor, I'm using a towel as a burglary gear.
Yeah, so
okay.
you are going to try and you're trying to do this without being noticed by the guy?
I mean, that's why I was trying to use finesse, right?
Okay. Yep. So this is desperate with standard effect. You will if you succeed, you will keep the door open and he won't notice you. But if he notices you doing this, it'll be a thing.
So this
Desperate
is risky
standard.
or desperate?
Desperate standard.
Desperate standard. I'm not going to take stress to get a bonus die because I'm pretty much counting on having to try to resist this. But let's see what happens. Yeah, 3 and a 2. Definitely going to make a prowess roll to resist that.
So you pull out from your big bulky coat, you pull out a towel and you toss it into the door, and the guy turns and he looks at you and he's like, "What are you doing?"
Hey, okay. Can I intervene?
Well, you can do whatever you. Well, no. First of all, wait. Hold on. This is a consequence. This guy has turned and looked at Kel and said, "What are you doing?"
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I like to resist that.
No.
Okay.
Don't wait, Josh. Okay. So instead of you resisting it, let him notice, and I'll do I'll bring out the wolves and do an intimidate, and try to intimidate him into just walking away.
Cool.
How does that sound?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Okay.
So can I?
Yeah. So, so just so you understand, this consequence is all of the ticks on somebody calls the blue coat Phil, and this guy decides to call the blue coats.
Right. I mean, I already made the roll in the thing, so I mean, I already rolled to resist that consequence, and so I'm taking a stress to resist it. Yeah, because that can't happen. I can't. Kel wouldn't let that happen. So
okay. All right.
But you can still try to get the door. I didn't get it, but
So I think in this case, when it's desperate, what I do when you resist it is lower the severity of the consequence instead of undoing it entirely. Let me just make sure. No, you know what? That is correct. Yeah, so the resistance roll reduces the severity of the consequence. It doesn't undo it entirely. If it's a minor consequence, it would undo it entirely. But this was a desperate, and the consequence was severe, not severe. The consequence was desperate. So this just reduces the severity, and you're going to get 3 ticks, even having successfully reduced it.
So do we still need to deal with this guy?
It would appear so.
Not if so. What's going to happen? What's going to happen is that he's going to go off and do his thing, but he's going to tell somebody, "Hey, something that seemed a little suspicious was going on out there," and that thing happening is represented in the game, in the mechanics of the game, by you now having 4 out of 8 ticks on somebody calls the blue coats.
All right.
So he's gone. He goes on his way, but he does he is going to talk to somebody later.
Okay.
Or probably right away.
Yeah. Okay. So
Meanwhile, the door.
The door is wedged open.
all right. Maybe we should go inside.
Yeah, I mean, can you make a hunt roll or a prowl roll? Maybe prowl would be good.
Uh,
To do what?
yeah. I mean,
Ambush with close violence, move unseen.
So you want to move unseen into this building?
Yeah, like make at least some amount of progress without being spotted, you know?
Do all of you want to do this, or just Elena? Because if all of you want to do it, then it should be a group roll.
That sounds like a good idea.
Now, I mean, if you're going to go in there and just start killing people, like was the intention for this
yeah,
assault?
I mean, why are we sneaking around?
Yep. Kel rips open the door, pulls
You're
out some
perfectly
blades.
capable of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's,
Kel rips open the door, pulls out some blades, and marches in.
I'm gonna send in the wolves.
And I'm going to pull up the hood on my coat, wrap the scarf around my lower face, and get ready for action.
Okay.
Good jaw.
So
That's,
so Dave are great.
So I think this is okay. So like I think we could do like prowl could work. That like this is an ambush with close violence. Like we're rush in, take these people by surprise, let
Yep.
some wolves loose in a jewelry store.
Yeah, that does sound like ambush with close violence.
Yep.
I think anywhere within 20 feet is close for a pack of wolves.
Yeah. So I
wanted
think,
to look
okay,
at the stats of your wolves.
They are tier
What
zeros.
tier are they?
Tier 0, scale 0, cohort hunters.
Okay,
fearsome,
great.
Loyal, savage, unreliable.
Okay.
And I think the goal here is like we want to hit fast and we want to hit hard so that like they don't have like we want to get them before they have a chance to respond.
Okay. So they are unreliable. I think roll me whatever your best. This is make me like a controlled roll with no consequences, or the consequences are that the wolves are not reliable today and they don't show up. But make me a roll with whatever you think is appropriate. Probably like your highest number, just to see whether the wolves come or not.
Okay.
Whether unreliability is affecting them right
hunt
now.
for 3.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah.
Lead the hunt.
There we go.
Just don't fail.
I got a 2, a 3, and a 3.
Ooh, that is a failure. I'm afraid. I'm sorry, but you like
The
whistle.
wolves do not come out of the
They
toilet.
don't. They don't come.
Something smells interesting in the privy.
Yeah, I think they're rolling in 100-year-old
They
filth.
found something really. Oh,
I think
man.
Kel
Or there's a badger down there that they're like wrestling with.
Kel looks at Elena and says, I gave you a chance to call your friends. Remember that. And he pulls out his daggers and walks
Also,
in.
they are not your friends. Now, what is?
I gave you a chance to call our friends. Don't be pedantic ass. You know that Dustglove is not my first language.
Yes, and I'm not the one dating a ghost.
Okay, so you guys go in there.
With her! And Kel says, I'm breaking up with her as he turns and looks into the room that he's walked into. What does Kel see?
So
She's
you guys,
right here.
you enter this room with the intent to ambush, and what you see are two workers, like people with loops in their eyes at desks, like bent over some work. And then there are two guards also, one of them at the front and one of them near you. So there's a door at the end that leads to the sales floor, and then this room is like there are like a few chairs and stools, and there are desks, and there are a bunch of cabinets and boxes and closets and things. So it's a fairly big workspace. It's not well decorated. It's brightly lit because they are working on jewelry stuff. But yeah, there's a guard close to you, and there's another guard at the far end of the room. And you guys are going to be ambushing these guys like right now.
Yup.
You're going to come in,
I think
knives drawn, and go after them.
Yeah, Kel pulls out his spirit mask. He's Elena's like, "You're dating a ghost," and Kel goes, "I'm gonna break up with her." And he pulls out the spirit mask after one last dance, and he pulls the mask down over his face, and you see him walking forward, and he snaps his fingers, and you see Susan appears, materializes. He walks past the first guard, and he and Susan attack the second guard so that the second guard doesn't run away. He assumes Elena and Karen will deal with the first guard. Okay,
so do you want to do we can do this two ways. You can do a group, a single like group roll for this. What was the roll going to be? Prowl, right?
Skirmish? Prowl or skirmish. Either one's fine. Yeah, we can do prowl.
So here's the thing. If you
Ambush
want to
with
do
close violence, yeah.
If you want to do it individually and like pick targets and do it individually, then you could do different actions. Or you could the group could make a skirmish roll, or the group could make a prowl roll.
I've got one in prowl and one in skirmish. Dave, what do you have?
I've got 2 prowl.
Jackson?
No prowl.
Any skirmish?
Nope.
Then let's go prowl.
Okay, you want to do a group prowl?
Uh-huh.
Who's going to be the leader? This is the person who's going to take stress from the failures.
How much do you have, Josh?
I've got 4 left, 4 remaining.
I can take. I have 5.
Okay. Do you want to lead it then?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
Okay, and by the way, Susan is joining in with this. She'll be adding to your dice pool.
Right.
So she's gonna go first.
And we've established that Susan. I thought.
Oh.
What was that?
Sorry, that was me making a mistake.
Jeez, dude! I was like, that is brutal. You're gonna roll a D2 for her?
No. She gets 2d6s. She's a ghost. So yeah, she gets a 5. So you guys at least definitely succeed. But each of you go ahead and roll prowl as well.
Risky standard.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I have to do that. This is desperate. The consequences of failure here are the consequences like you have violence done to you. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have rolled yet. We have to do probably some negotiation here. Because this is desperate with little effect to start with.
Oh, desperate limited. Okay.
Desperate with limited effect, yeah.
Well then, definitely going to use an item to increase effect. We've got a blade.
Yes,
or two.
Elena, as a hound, if you pull up your fine pair of pistols, that will increase effect.
Boink. Yep.
That's what the word fine means.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so Elena pulls out her pistols, and now you are at desperate standard. You will kill these people.
Yep.
If you succeed in this prowl roll.
No. I can't game it that way, can I? Like, okay, so like the trained hunting pet, I can't use that to get a wolf, can I? Even though
you can.
Even though the pack of wolves, like even though I couldn't.
They're a separate thing. I think probably there's one of these wolves that's like especially loyal to you, which will follow you even if the whole pack does something
Yeah.
else.
I mean, can I bring that in?
Yeah. Yeah. If you mark it off on your sheet, you sure can.
Done. I marked it off. So I've got pistols and a wolf.
Yeah. I think the wolf is good for hunt,
Oh.
which is why it says hunting pet.
Oh, hunting pet. Oh, never mind.
So I think that's not going to help you with prowl.
Okay. Well, is there anything else that could help?
So I shouldn't have already rolled, but you guys are already in a pretty good position. You know that you got a 5 at least from Susan.
Okay. This is you said this is desperate, right?
Yes, it is desperate.
Okay. Well,
So if you end up with only a 5, there will be some, something.
I could take a
Oof.
devil's bargain.
Who did we say was the leader?
Me.
You take 1 stress from Kel's failure.
All right.
Karen, you go ahead and roll.
Okay.
Well, I guess we can freeze here, and we're doing it all in the wrong order. Do you want me to propose a devil's bargain to get you an extra dice, an extra die?
If you propose it, I don't have to take it, right?
Right. It's not good to do this once we've already made some rolls.
Oh, okay. Well, I won't do it then.
But it's my fault that we already made the rolls. I'm the one that started rolling. So if you do want to talk about a devil's bargain, I'm willing.
Let's hear the man out.
Okay. All right. Devil's bargain.
You can have an extra die, Elena, for this roll. If you are willing to take a level 1 harm to achieve it.
Of course.
So you'll take the harm. If you take the devil's bargain, you'll take the harm no matter what, whether you fail or not. But you'll get an extra die to roll.
I mean, is that what you're offering?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I mean, Elena's
go ahead and make your. Okay, so Karen, you go ahead and make your roll.
Elena's tough as nails.
That's true.
You dummy. You stupid.
I mean,
no, it's completely legitimate. The harm is a completely normal game mechanic thing for me to suggest.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Yeah, that's great.
That's
perfect.
Oh wow.
Wow. Okay. So Karen, so Elena, you take another stress for Karen's failure.
Ouch. And I will roll my.
And then go ahead and roll yourself.
All right, come on. Oops, where? Oh shoot, I lost the die. I got a 2 and a 6, and one of the dice popped out.
Well, roll it. Get a 6.
Yeah, roll it. See if you get a double 6.
Okay, I'll have to find that. Oh, there it is. It's a 6, but it wasn't in my dice tray, so I'm gonna roll it again.
Roll it again.
It's a 1.
Okay,
but I got my 6.
But you got the 6. So you do take 2 stress for the 2 failures.
Yeah, I did that.
Awesome. Yeah. So how does this happen? I think that Kel like goes after this guard at the far door, but like just trips and isn't able to do anything. But Susan sees what Kel is trying to do and just possesses the guy. Just goes right in there, bam, and she just has him. And his eyes roll up back in his head, and he starts like seizing and falls over, and he's just seizing on the floor. Elena, you run up to the other guy,
I come in
and
blasting.
and he comes up with like brass knuckles, and he like hits you with the brass knuckles, which would give you level 1 harm, but you're so tough you don't even you go right through it.
I shrug it off.
You shrug it off and it does nothing, and you just murder this guy.
Put a bullet in his head.
Pow, pow.
Yep.
Yeah. And then the 2 workers stand up and they're like, whoa, 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 whoa. We don't want any trouble. We're just at work. Take what you want. We're not going to do anything. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Just leave us
And
alone.
as they're saying this, I am skittering through the door behind the other 2, flinching at the sound of the pistols and moving to the side of the room.
Cal looks
in
at
my
the 2.
coat.
Cal looks at the 2 workers and says, "If you wish to leave this place alive, I suggest you bring me all the barrels in this building within a few seconds." So he's going to try to make a sway roll to try to get these guys to
All the barrel.
bring him the jewels as a way of saving their own lives.
Yeah, okay. So here's what's happening here is that there has been a ruckus, and actually some pistol shots. And this should not be. What am I doing? How do I delete? Oh, here we go. I want to delete that one and start another one. This is 6. Okay, there you go. You have 2 ticks on a 6-segment clock. Blue coats arrive. Okay.
Okay.
And so probably the consequences of doing anything that where failure means that it takes longer will give you ticks on this clock. It sort of represents time passing. So yeah, you're going to do your sway roll. This is going to be risky standard.
Okay.
These guys are scrubs.
I'd like to trade position for effect and get desperate great effect so that they like produce these quickly.
Sure.
Okay.
You absolutely can do that. Desperate great effect. Mark experience.
You got it. Oh, beans. Beans.
All right.
This is a rough night.
The guys, so you get 3 ticks on blue coats arrive.
I would like
anything
to resist. I would definitely like to resist that effect. For sure.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. It's only 1 tick.
Okay.
But so you're currently at 3 out of 6. You did resist the effect of the blue coats arriving sooner, mostly. Well, they were arriving a little bit sooner than they would otherwise. But so you try to tell these guys to like find the things, find the barrels, and they're just too scared. They're just like, man, just leave us alone. Just let us go. I don't know where anything. I don't know where anything is.
The
And one of
man
them is
said
just
you have
crying.
a few seconds. Okay, there's 1. There's
So-
2.
Because of the failure, you guys will have to find another way to try and do this. So this way of like threatening them into showing you where they all are will not work. I will say, Elena, you know what the boxes of these things look like once they're packed up and shipped to go, and you do see 2 of them there. There are 2 boxes.
Yeah.
Sparkrite boxes.
Point them out.
Oh.
And
Sorry, I just realized before we go any further, We just Elena just killed a dude. Kel would like to try to capture his spirit in a bottle.
Okay.
So
As ever, you're going to have to use your find spirit hook, and doing so will bring this roll to desperate standard.
okay, find lightning hook. Now, does Susan, being my
And
cohort,
you're also going to have to use you're going to have to mark off a spirit bottle as well.
yes, okay, okay. Does Susan helping him out affect anything in terms of does he get a bonus die from having a cohort with him or anything like that?
I think that you could make a group roll with Susan for this. Sure, she'll help you with this.
Okay. So I'm just going to roll mine. She's going to roll hers.
Yeah, and you'll take the highest. And if she fails, if
I'll
either
take
of you
stress.
fail, you'll take stress. Yeah.
Okay.
But this is desperate. This is desperate standard.
I got a 6.
Okay. I mean, I guess we'll roll for her to see if she gets a double 6. No, just a 6. So that doesn't improve it any.
Okay.
Yeah. So you guys see Kel, Elena, you've seen this before, but Karen, this is something that is probably completely new to you. This is a very weird thing to do. This person that Elena has shot, Kel comes out and has this weird sort of like hook-like thing with like an electrical discharge coming off the top of it, which he starts like manipulating over the person's body in like a really weird way. And you see this glow start to come out of the body, and he siphons it into this weird like cyberpunk bottle that he has near him. While he's doing that, so like if he were to you guys, seeing a ghost is like scary. This is like a weird, scary thing that you're seeing happen. And if he were to mess it up, it would likely terrify you, and you might get harm from being terrified by it. But he seems to be doing a pretty good job and keeping it together. And Susan is like helping him, like she's sort of like shepherding the electroplasm up into the bottle a little bit.
I'm still stepping away.
Field. Yeah, you're definitely stepping away.
To the point where I'm behind the table with the where the two
Elena,
terrified
With the jewelers, you're cowering with the jewelers.
I'm saying to one of them that's him. That's him coming out of him. He was there, and now he's
Elena groans in exasperation. It's like, this is such a waste of time. Come on, Karen, let us get the barrels.
I'm sorry. I need to pull it together. Okay. Yes.
See if you can ask the clerks if this is all the barrels.
This is normal, I say to the clerks. This is ordinary.
It's perfectly normal. I'm going to suggest maybe Jackson could maybe Karen could make some sort of roll to ask nicely.
You've already tried to sway these guys, and it didn't work.
Well, no, we tried intimidation, or like we tried violence.
It was sway.
Oh, it was sway. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I guess if you make the case that it's a significantly different tactic that you're doing,
I'm suggesting
then it's okay.
Like we did the bad cop thing. I'm suggesting like Karen play the good cop.
What's the information that you want?
Try to
them?
calm them down. See if we can get like, is this all the barrel? Like, I found 2 boxes of barrels. Is this all of it?
Okay, I asked the two guards, is that all of it? Are those all the barrels?
So are you swaying them?
We'll get to that. What do they do? Nothing new. They just keep cowering,
I need to
saying
know.
nothing.
I need to know what action you're taking so that I can tell you what the position and effect are.
Well, when they don't respond, I am going to grab one of them by the throat and press my thumbs into his throat.
Oh. So what action would you say this is?
Violence.
I would say this is either command or skirmish.
It sounds
Probably-
like skirmish to me.
Well, but I don't so much care about what happens to the one guy as the effect that it has on the other. My
Oh.
command is also 0, but I'm gonna go with command instead.
Okay. Yeah, sure. This you can strangle one person as a command to another person. This is risky standard.
Okay, let's
Do
I
a
would like to get
desperate
EXP
action.
by
Don't
swinging for
get
the
it
fences,
started.
but I'm already in a bad situation, so I think let's see, risky standard.
Go for the glory, go for the goal.
Do it.
No, if if it gets desperate, but the effect is great, I'm not in a position to do that. Although I can, okay, yes, we're going with it. Risky standard. Here come the dice.
Okay, risky standard. You have 0 pips.
Yep.
All right.
So
They do nothing, and you get 2 ticks.
on the
blue
clock.
coats arrive.
Okay, I'm pressing, and I'm not even cutting off his windpipe, and I'm starting to cry.
Karen, no, what are you supposed to ask him nicely? This is
They're not listening.
They're not listening to you at
Not
all. They're
listening.
just terrified. They've seen things that they never expected to see in their lives in this posh, section of town
Cal.
surrounded by rich people.
Cal, we need to get out of here.
Yeah.
You
Does
hear-
Kel is going to try to use a tune to try to? Well, wait. I thought you said that they already know what the boxes look. We already know what
Wait,
the boxes
so
look
hold
like.
on.
Yeah, so we got 2 boxes.
Yeah, hold on. The 2 boxes are sitting on the shelf. Nobody has told me that you've actually taken them yet. Karen,
I was gonna.
I want to make sure I want to make sure Karen knows that you can resist this consequence.
Yeah.
What's the consequence again? The 2 ticks.
The consequence is you got 2 ticks. You can
And then
bring
the
it down
cops
to
show
1
up.
tick if you successfully. I mean, you can bring it down to 1 tick, and the cost will be some amount of stress.
Okay.
And you would be rolling because it's a resolve thing. You would be rolling 3 dice, so it's a pretty good resistance roll. But you do have a good amount of stress.
Yeah, I think I can. I'm gonna resist that.
Okay.
All right, let's.
Nice. So it only costs you 1 stress.
Okay.
That's not bad.
Oh wait, no, this was risky, right?
Yep.
Okay, so so now you have 4 out of 6 slices.
Okay. Yeah, Kel is going to tell Susan to grab the boxes just in case the boxes are like booby trapped or something like that.
She is not. She's
ghost.
she's not going to be successful at that.
Oh,
She can't
I
interact
gotcha.
with physical matter that way.
I will take. I'll.
Can I make an attune roll to try to see if there are magical traps on it?
Here, I've got it. I
Yeah.
I take the edge of my scarf. I wipe my eyes, and I say to the clerk that I did not try to strangle. This is your last chance to be useful. Please pick up the box.
Okay.
So what's
I'm proposing. I think I could sway.
I think you guys have already tried to
consort.
to sway and command these guys.
They're kind of useless at this point.
I think they're kind of useless at this point. You have to find another way to do the thing you're trying to do, other than interacting with these guys.
I'm going to pick up a box.
Great. Mark it on your load in some way.
How about
Just one box on your load.
Okay.
There should be a way to do that.
Just here we go.
I think
Meanwhile,
Kel's
I beat my head.
One.
Meanwhile, I beat my head against the brick wall of helplessness that is this other guy.
Box.
and I pick up
I
the
have
other
a box.
box.
Great. Mark it on your thing.
All right, done.
They're safe.
Karen,
Thank you. I say to
come
the
on.
man.
We're done. We're done.
And I rejoined the other two.
I turn to Kel. They've seen our faces. Do we care?
I mean, I care, and he and Susan are going to. Yeah, I think we're gonna
Execute them. I'll deal with one. Cal can deal with the other. Time to
Yeah.
kill some people.
This is so. What action are you gonna? Is this gonna be skirmish?
Oh. Can I get a prowl out of it?
They are looking right at you. I think prowl is not going to work for violence against these guys.
You have to be skirmish. Yeah,
I think it's
I'd
gonna
like
be
to use. I take it. Is Susan just
Skirmish,
doing? Well, go ahead.
I'll do skirmish, and I'll mark a blade so that I don't have to shoot them and cause any more noise.
Okay.
So skirmish. Karen.
So
can
I'm going
help?
to tell you that this is going to be risky standard to execute these guys. Not because they're going to fight back, but the consequence will be
Time.
time. Yeah, and
Okay.
and ticks on your blue coats arrive clock.
How much, Jackson? How much can you take an extra stress?
I've got 3 stress, so yeah.
Okay, can you take a stress? And I'm gonna go after the guy that he was strangling, like this, and like that would be how he assists in this. It's like the dude's already weakened from Karen attacking him, so it'd be easier to dispatch him.
It's easy to dispatch these guys. The question is whether you do it quickly.
Yeah. So I'm for an extra die.
Yeah, Karen can help you for an extra die, no problem.
Yep.
Okay. So I've got 2 dice then.
All right.
Risky standard.
Risky standard.
I feel like turning this desperate would be really dumb, so I'm not going to do that.
It's sort of by the nature of it, it's kind of desperate, even though it's risky.
I got a 5 and a 3.
Okay, great. Yeah, so you kill them quickly. I think that the consequence. So you succeed with consequences. I think the consequence is that. No, I think the consequence is that you don't find some barrels that you might have otherwise found.
Okay. We just got the 2 boxes. All right.
Well, so wait, so that means that there's no more. We can't get anything else out of this encounter because of that failure.
No, it just means that there was a chance that those guys could have gotten more barrels, but now There
Okay.
are some barrels that you
The
could
deal
have
is
gotten that
sealed.
way, but it's just impossible now.
Okay.
There might be further barrels that you could get in some other way, or even other things that you could get from this place besides barrels. You hear you hear the telltale sounds that accompany the blue coats drawing near. You do have, it is that clock is close to complete.
We could spend
Yeah.
one tick
I-
looking for loot.
I was gonna say, yeah, I have a ghost with me. I mean, wouldn't she be do I need to make an attune roll to do something with Susan?
What do you want her to do?
So I have compel, and but she's already here as my cohort. So that's what I'm asking.
She's an asset for you. She's willingly cooperating with you for the length of this score. You don't need to roll to ask her to do stuff.
Okay, then I would ask her to try to identify, like, some place where, maybe we can't see it with the naked eye, but she can see a cache of gems or, just something nearby that we could steal. So I'm asking her to point out something expensive and easily stealable, purloinable.
Okay.
Readily purloinable
Sure,
loot.
So she's basically tier 2.
Uh-huh.
So she's gonna roll 2 dice for this. It's going to be risky standard. And it is going to fill up your blue coats clock if she fails at it.
Would I be able to soak that stress, or would she have to?
What stress?
Resist. Would I be able to resist that consequence, or would she have to resist the consequence?
You guys are, as players, you
Can
can
I-
do things like take stress and resist consequences. Nobody else in the world has that. You get that
Gotcha.
because you're protagonists. She's not, so she can't resist anything.
Can I appeal to you that we should probably leave, Josh?
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so we just killed somebody else. So I think Kel's just gonna try to fill his second spirit bottle and be done with it. And that'll be it.
Desperate standard.
Oh, here he goes. Here he goes again. Come on, Karen, live. Ugh.
And do I get a bonus die from having a cohort?
You don't. Want to
You can
see
do
this.
a group roll with Susan if you want.
I'll do that. But I got a 6, so
Cool. And she did not fail, so you don't take any stress.
okay.
Yeah, you successfully fill a second spirit bottle. You notice that the guy on the floor who was seizing because of being possessed by Susan has passed away. He's stopped moving.
I think Kel holds up the 2 bottles and says, "We got the barrels, we got some souls. I say we boogie, boys." And
Let's go, Mr. Shadat.
Elena is already out the door.
All right. So I
21's
think
good.
that what the camera sees is this room is like ruined. There's like gems and lenses like all over the place. There's like broken stools, pieces of broken furniture around. Like there are doors. There are like cabinet doors sort of hanging off their hinges from where like people got pushed up against them. And there's
Forget the
just
4 dead bodies.
there are 4 dead bodies lying crumpled on the floor, and there's just blood all over the place. And you guys have blood all over you. And the camera watches you guys go out the back door, right? You don't have a cart, do you? Actually, you know what? I want this score to be over.
we're just on foot.
I want this score to be over, but I am afraid that there is another challenge here. Even though the Bluecoats have not arrived yet, you guys are like,
Okay, I mean, like, can we solve this with a flashback?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you can definitely flashback and set up a way for you guys to escape at this point.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep. I say we do that.
Yeah, so how are you going to deal with the problem of you guys looking like you just committed 4 murders and are covered in blood, coming out the back of a jewelry store in like the second poshest, most expensive part of town,
I say
full of rich people and
we
police?
hide. What if we hide like spare changes of clothes in the privy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I expect that I've got myself covered. I had my hooded long coat and my scarf. I take them off. I throw them in the privy.
Right. That's great.
Uh-oh. Josh died.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, because you definitely cased the place already. You know what? We should do a roll for it, because there is some risk, but it's not risk to you. I think just make
Prowl
yeah
about
make
unseen.
me a standard controlled standard prowl roll.
Okay. We'll do that. I got a 6 and a 4.
Awesome. So when you came here to scope the place out, you hid some changes of clothes.
Yeah. A way to dispose of any unwanted evidence.
Well, that
Burn down
okay.
the
You've
privy.
got some bags. You've got like
Yeah.
No, don't burn down the
I
privy.
mean, we're like drop them. We'll dump them in the privy. We'll bury them in the privy. Like we're using the privy to cover this whole thing up.
okay.
Abandoned.
So what you rolled for just now was to hide some spare clothes in the privy so that you guys will not appear suspicious.
Yeah. Okay.
It's going to be something else if you're going to be hiding evidence in the privy in hopes that nobody will find it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're good. I mean, do we want to bother with that?
I think it'll be a question of heat.
Yeah, I
If
say
you
we
do-
just pull out some disguises and try to get away.
Yeah. I mean,
We've got that covered already, but the question is what to do with the bloody clothes that you already have.
Oh.
if we're gonna try and cover them up in the privy.
If you leave them in the privy, it's likely that you're going to end up with more heat.
Well, yeah, I don't think we're going to try to change, right? We're going to try to throw cloaks over our outfits, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That works too.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so we have a flashback where we see Elena hiding some big like overalls and jackets, like or like a cool cloak,
Yeah.
or like a trench coat or whatever in this privy where the wolves
Workers.
are.
Yeah, like workers. Like workers' uniforms. Like
Yeah, so we see you guys come out of the back of this jeweler shop, just covered in blood, and you have the 2 boxes of the barrels. Kel, you've got you're stowing your 2 spirit bottles like in your assassin's rigging in your clothes, underneath of like your jacket, and you guys hurry, looking over your shoulders to the back of this other building, and in the foundation there's some broken bricks. And Elena starts pulling away some like dried grass and dirt and stuff that's on the top of these bricks. And the wolves come out and they start like licking you. They're like wagging their tails like, hey,
You're
welcome
covered in
back.
candy.
It's great. And you pull out your disguises from underneath of there and you whoop, tidy up, and you get out of there. And I guess the wolves make their own way back.
Yeah.
End of score.
Yay!
Go team. Let's go
Go
through.
team.
Let's go through the end of score payoff. So, I was counting that as a 2-tier establishment. So you get 2 rep. Please mark 2 rep on the Farkas Renier sheet.
Who's doing that? Me?
I did it.
You did it? Thanks.
Yeah, I did it.
And then give Farkas Renier 4 coin for the payoff. And go ahead and pay 1 coin to the Leviathan Hunters as a tithe. If you want to continue paying your tithe.
Yeah,
And I
we're
do
still
believe we
paying.
want to.
So that'll give us 3 coin in the bank.
Well, in the bag, not in the bank, but in the bag.
3. Okay, I just added 3 coin to the Farkas Renier.
The
Sweet.
First National Bank of Farkas Renier.
Yeah.
So now is the time traditionally where we argue over how much heat you should get. You guys have stuff already that reduces the amount of heat that you take.
Uh-huh.
So I think that this ought to be 4 heat, loud and chaotic, high exposure. You murdered a whole bunch of people, but you have got Farkas Renier has a cover operation, which is -2 heat per score, which leaves you with only 2 heat. You would also normally get +2 heat because you killed people, but because you have Crow's Veil, it's only that you don't have that.
Right.
So that brings it to 2 heat total for this score.
Okay. And so we just went from, where's our heat measure?
I believe you'll go from 4 to 6
Okay.
heat.
All right, there we go. All right, so we're at 6 heat.
Yep. Entanglements. We need to do an entanglement real quick. How much heat do we have right now? 6?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right. And what's your wanted level?
None.
1, 2.
0. Okay, awesome. So go ahead and roll me 2 dice and tell me the lower number.
Who's rolling that?
You go ahead.
Okay. Oh, 1.
Okay. That's I have to choose between flipped or interrogation. Oh boy. This okay. Yeah. Interrogation. Which one of you are the bluecoats going to round up for interrogation?
Which one of us?
Yes.
Crud. I mean, it's probably Karen, right? Because Karen's the one who is running around asking a lot of questions and doing a lot of.
Elena was prowling around the jewelry
true.
shop beforehand quite
That's
a bit.
true. That's true.
I can handle some questioning.
Yeah, I like the idea of the most sheepish and cowardly of us getting hauled in and finding her medal.
Welcome to the gang.
I was gonna say it's kind of a this is
Just a friendly
hazing,
conversation about whether I can shed some light on these recent occurrences.
right? Yeah,
So-
let's send her.
You are. It's like the next day, Karen, and you are going back to the library as you usually do. Everybody knows that you can be found here,
Yep.
and as you're walking up the steps to this library that you like to go to, two gentlemen in blue coats come up behind you, one on either side. They put big, beefy hands, one on each shoulder, and they say, "Oh, I love. You're gonna come with us now, all right?"
Yes. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
I'm afraid we have some questions that we need to ask you, young lady.
Yes. Yes, of course. And I have a few questions to ask you. How are you?
So they take you back to the station. They take you back to the Blue Coat station. You have a choice. You can pay them 3 coin, or they will beat you up for level 2 harm, and you tell or you tell them what they want to know and take 3 heat.
Um.
And I believe that these can be
I-
resisted. Hold on a second.
I have 1 coin. I am willing to contribute to her bail.
I have no coin, but I am willing to pay in blood.
Pay the iron price.
Karen's earned her place at the table.
Oh, hold on. Okay, so here's what it actually says. Either pay them off with 3 coin, or they beat you up, giving you level 2 harm, and you tell them what they want to know, which gives the crew plus 3 heat.
And
You
can I resist that?
You can resist each of these consequences separately. Yeah. So first, they're about to beat you up. Are you going to resist that?
Yes.
I believe that's going to be a prowess resist roll.
Okay. Let's roll that. With no bonus dice, right?
Prowess, yeah, you roll 2 and you take the lower one.
Okay. There we go. So I get
5 stress.
Woof.
what? Oh, right,
You
because
rolled
I'm
2
resisting
dice.
the harm.
You have no dots in prowess. So you don't take any harm, but you do fill up your trauma meter. And you cannot resist any more effects. So the crew does get 3 more
Heat?
3 more heat.
Holy cow, we should not have sent him.
No.
That's no bueno. That's, in fact, what they call mallow.
Oh boy, I think that gives you guys a wanted level.
Oh, son of a biscuit eater.
Oh no.
What have we done?
Let me figure out.
Great.
This is fine.
Man, we were doing so well.
I want to unresist. I want to take the harm instead of the stress.
Is that possible? Is it too late?
I mean, if I was going to be real strict, I would say it's too late, but I think we can roll it back and give you the harm instead. That's okay with me. Do you want to do that?
Okay. Yes.
That'll make for a little more interesting story too when she comes
Okay,
back
so
messed up, but having not flipped, having not given it up.
yeah, so instead of the stress and the heat, you're going to take level 2 harm, beaten up. I don't know.
Okay.
I put it on your sheet there.
Oh yes, I can. Let's say beaten by blue coats for the alliteration.
No, you know what? It should reflect your physical state. So let's say
Eaten blue.
Beaten black and blue.
yeah, beaten black and blue.
Maybe you've got like electrical burns on your body from where they tortured you.
Ow.
But this is going to give you -1 die for action rolls that will that require you to that having a
Yeah.
bruise would affect your effectiveness for being all bruised up and super beaten up and swollen and stuff. Okay, that's entanglements. Wow, that was some of those entanglements are rough. Okay, downtime activities.
Can I make a note for Jackson? I was looking at his sheet and he now that he's in the crew, does the deadly perk apply to him?
That is, it absolutely does. It should. Yes.
So you can, Jackson, you can get one
Good eye.
just a free dot in hunt, prowl, or skirmish. Take your pick.
Okay, I think skirmish.
Man, you should have done that at the beginning. That could have helped out. Awesome.
But this way, I earned it.
That's right.
First score.
Yeah. When I returned to the others, I look like a mess, and my first words to them, the blue coats are fine, by the way.
Kel, I think, goes over and gives her a kiss on each cheek and says, "Welcome to Farkash Renye. We fight together, we hold the faith, and we eat together."
Elena nods to her and says, "You can sleep with us in the stables if you like."
or in
Worry
the
about that
house.
later. Food
Or
sounds
in the house.
amazing.
Like, you can live in the house like a person, right? Like, not all of us are into this full immersive wolf on all levels but physical awooz kind of thing that she's doing over here.
It is your choice.
I nod. We have
Okay.
downtime things to do.
Yeah, let's roll through. Let's try and roll through experience and then downtime. So Elena,
Elena.
you marked it every time you took a desperate action.
Yep, got it.
Did you address a challenge with tracking or violence? I think both
I
tracking and violence. Go
Yep.
ahead and take 2 XP.
Okay. Yep. That's toward playbook advancement, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
You express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I think that's true. I think you get a point for that.
I think I get 2. I continued butting heads with Kel. And I also the revenge against the Spark Rights. I went after that.
Okay.
I pushed for us to go after the Spark
Sure.
Rights.
Yeah. You struggled with issues from your vice or traumas during the session.
I don't think so.
Cool.
Not really.
Very good. It looks like you have not reached any. Awesome. But you're halfway to a playbook advancement.
Yep, halfway to a playbook advancement.
Arver wasn't in this. Kel.
Yep. So you addressed a challenge with knowledge or arcane power.
I think you definitely did.
I used arcane power in multiple different ways. Stuff with Susan's, stuff with spirit bottles.
The spirit bottles thing isn't really a challenge.
I mean, it's desperate.
Yeah, but I don't know what to do with that. Go ahead and take 2 for now. I don't know if that's the right call to make. You express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background.
So I can think of a drive and a heritage. The drive would be that Kel has just come out of, a period of being just totally messed up, body and mind, and he's trying to take his responsibilities as the leader a little more seriously. So he kept pushing for trying to make money off the score. So that's kind of that drive as the leader of Farkash Renya to try to get the pack leveled up. And then the heritage thing would be pulling aside Elena and explaining, like, I'm not trying to just be a ghost boy over here. I'm trying to actually, do what you do and unleash the beast. I'm trying to incorporate my
Sure.
spirit focus and my wolf focus and
I think-
communicate that.
I think 1 point, because I think working towards the good of the crew that's just the game. But I do think 1 point for the butting heads with Elena. You struggled with issues from your vice or traumas during this session. So I just want to remind you, you have an actual trauma, which is haunted, but I don't think you struggled with it during this session. So if
that I thought I was playing the haunted thing as like, oh, you know what?
But
I
at
was
what
playing the
point did
haunted
that-
thing as like Susan is around, and sometimes I fall into this.
Yeah, but
delusion.
it didn't actually cause you any trouble during this score. So you're the first of our players, and I want to remind you of this because this is a way to get XP that pretty much nobody has gotten in the game so far, and your character is able to get it. But you have to make this choice that it has to be your choice. I can't make you do this. You have to play Kel as though he's haunted in a way that materially makes things worse for the crew.
Gotcha. I see.
You have to actually struggle
see.
with real issues that are caused by being haunted, and then I will give you XP for this.
Okay. Yeah, I had some opportunities to do that, which I did.
So
not.
I think
understand
there was a score where this happened. The score in which you actually were traumatized, I gave you experience for this because you were acting haunted and you were actually doing bad at the thing that the crew was trying to do because of this trauma. But so this is like this. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of ways to get XP, and one of them is through your traumas, acting them out. All right. Cool. It doesn't look like you've filled up any of your.
Nope.
Sweet. Karen, and then we'll do Farkas Renier after that. Did you mark experience for any desperate rolls you made? I see you marked 1 experience, so it looks like you did.
Yep. Very
Awesome.
prowess.
You addressed a challenge with calculation or conspiracy. I think that happened.
Yes, quite unsuccessfully, but the operative word here is addressed.
Yeah, you did. I think you get an XP for that.
Okie dokie.
You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I think you get a point for that as well.
I'd say I expressed my beliefs and my background. My background as an academic that is unaccustomed to fighting, and my beliefs, the conclusions I have reached through my studies of human society and where it exists, as part of the natural world, not a distinct thing.
That makes a lot of sense. You can go ahead and take 2 for that. You struggled with issues from your vice or traumas during the session. I don't think so. Awesome. Farkas Renier. Let's see. Mark 1 XP or 2 if the item occurred multiple times. Execute a successful accident, disappearance, murder, or ransom operation. I think Farkas Renier gets an XP for successful murder operation. You also contended with challenges above your current station. Should I do this? I'll mark these off.
You go ahead. Yeah.
Bolster your crew's reputation. The reputation is brutal. I think this does that. I think this was brutal. 4 murdered jewelers? I think so. Express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew. I think you guys did have some inner conflict going on in the crew this session.
Revenge.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think that fills up this crew advancement.
Woohoo!
And so you guys get to make some choices here. You can take one of these special abilities. There are some pretty good ones.
Or
But also, you can take 2 boxes in your crew upgrades.
Could I suggest we take the boxes and add a training? One of them do the resolve training box.
the training rooms +1 for your skulks cohorts.
No, in the under the training rooms, we have insight and prowess. I suggest we take resolve as well, so we have all 3 covered.
Gotcha.
Sounds good to me.
That would be one. That'd be one box. We'd have 2. We'd have a
Yeah.
second box.
So wait,
So
how
another-
does insight and prowess? How are those? Or am I supposed to have some amount of insight or prowess from this?
No, when you can decide to use downtime to train,
Right.
and that will give you ticks on those tracks.
Gotcha.
And because Farkas Renier has special training equipment for insight and prowess, if you train insight, you get 2 instead of just 1.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so you get you get to fill out 2 boxes. So if you ticked resolve, you could tick 1 more. You might consider
Workshop.
quality, having quality equipment of some kind, such as quality.
Weapons, seeing as how we kill people so often.
Yeah, quality weapons. Like Elena already has
Fine pistols.
like high quality weapons. So all she has to do to get a +1 bump to her effect is just say, okay, I pull out my pistols, right?
Right.
But Kel, I don't think you don't have weapons like that.
No,
so
I don't.
It might help you to be able to get quality weapons.
Kel's working on that. He's working on that. So we want to spend 1 in resolve for sure. Is that the higher
We could
priority
also-
for you, Dave?
What about the workshop? I would like the resolve thing. What about a workshop too? I think it seems like it seems like LT has talked about a workshop. Maybe.
Yeah, if you're going
I
to
see.
be making tinkering rolls during downtime to build stuff, then the workshop is what you need.
Oh,
None of you have much tinker,
oh.
so
Maybe
when
I
this has come up before, where Josh wanted to like build some stuff, but he didn't have anything in tinker, so it wasn't
Sure.
going to go very well.
Oh. Maybe I was. Well, I don't know.
What about hidden, seeing as how we're about to?
That might be a good idea to make the layer hidden.
Yeah, because we're building up heat and we're getting close to the top of our heat. So I'm going to take resolve. Kel is taking
Amazing.
some of the money and is installing a resolve training room, and he's paying off some local gang to keep an eye on the place and direct people away and block off a couple of streets around the neighborhood to make it more of a dead end, harder to get to.
Yeah, and I think you probably actually like build like build some more around it and then set that part on fire so that like you actually have an intact building. You have some intact rooms inside of this mansion.
Oh, so when people look at it, they'll see a burned house, but
Yeah, but
really
the-
inside
but,
it's
like-
built up. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Also, we stage a fire, and now everyone thinks it's abandoned again.
yeah, I think that's great. Okay,
Excellent.
brilliant. Okay, downtime. Elena.
Elena. So I actually have 3 actions because I'm calculating.
Because you're calculating.
I think I need to deal with stress. 'Cause I took a bunch. So I'll do that. Is it what? How do I forget how to play this game. Let's just roll 1 die. Is that right?
For you, it is. You take the worst of your insight, prowess, or resolve.
Yeah,
Stats.
This is why I wanted to resolve.
So if you were to take a dot in sway or attune, then you would get to roll 2 die for stress relief.
I've got a ways to go before I get there.
But as it is, it's only 1.
Yeah. So I am going to try to deal with my stress a little bit. So
Awesome. So what you do for your stress is you go out into the deadlands and like go hunting with wolves.
Yep.
Like an absolute psycho.
Yep.
All right, go for it. Roll your
Karen,
die.
you want to come with us?
No, thank you.
I'm going to the Deadlands to hunt. Would you like to join me?
You know what? Yes, I think. Oh dear, my nose is bleeding again.
All right, I'm gonna roll, and I got a 3.
All right, mark off 3 stress.
Okay, so I do that, and what else was I going to do?
So one thing that you can do for downtime is acquire an asset, and this is something that I think people often forget about, and we actually have not done it very much. But you do know about a score that's coming up, and you could spend a downtime activity to like buy some item or hire some workmen to help you with the next score.
Dude, hire us a ride on a gondola that goes by, or like an airship.
That's true.
Well,
That's exactly possible. You could, for instance, hire a cart to like be your getaway driver.
so I think my second one, I think I'm going to train resolve, so I'll get 2 ticks in that.
Awesome.
Because special training facilities. And then I think Elena is actually going to. I can spend an action to get rid of heat. Is that correct?
Yes, and you probably should. Let me see how that works.
I will do that.
Reduce heat. Say what your character does to reduce the heat level of the crew and make an action roll. Reduce heat according to the result. 1 to 3 is 1, 4 to 5 is 2, 6 is 3, critical is 5. So tell me, which of your actions are you going to do? How does it help you reduce heat?
Oh man. So like what would help? I mean, so like she what would help her? I feel like how can I use violence to reduce heat?
There are lots of ways that you can hunt
what if-
for something that will help.
What about, I mean, like, just like, can I? Okay, so like, can I? like threaten the people who are after us.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So like hunt it, be
But
like,
that sounds like sway to me.
well, I want to do hunt and like, like, like go out with my wolves on the hunt and, just sort of, and like harass, like harass the people who come after us.
Okay. So you're going to do something where it's like
Like there's like sort of like there are,
okay, yeah.
like there is, make people, like the people after us are going to be like, it's dangerous going after Farkash.
Right. Okay. No, that makes perfect sense. You're stalking the bluecoats who are investigating you to terrify them into stopping.
Or just hurt them. Like you're going to get hurt.
Okay,
not-
yeah, like
I mean-
you shoot them with an arrow or a bullet.
Yeah, or like they get attacked by wolves.
Okay, yeah.
Like I feel like that's
Sure.
closer to hunt rather
Yes,
like
uh-huh.
I think if it were like trying to scare them, that would be more command. Like
Yeah. No, this makes perfect sense. You are hunting the bluecoats who are investigating you.
like
Like
there's
the hunter has become the hunted.
yeah, like this is Farkash Renier is dangerous to come after.
Go ahead and roll 3d6.
All right. And that is a 2, 5, and a 6.
Nice. So we're going to take off 3 heat.
And then Elena's I don't like, so I think she gets I think she brings back like one night one night, so like a scene, like Kel is in his room sleeping, and one night, and Elena, he wakes up and finds Elena standing at the foot of his bed, and she throws a blue coat and a finger onto the bed and says, "You owe me," and then she walks out.
But that's what I already pay you really handsomely for. Whatever.
She's
Whatever.
gone.
Or they pay her too much.
So that was your 3.
That was my 3.
Awesome. Can we did Farkash Renier, but I don't know if we asked whether you can advance a tier.
Do we have enough coin? We banked 3 coin. We netted.
I'm
3
trying to
coin.
figure this out.
Now we're at 4, and you'll notice, Josh, that Elena did not take any for this score.
So it'll cost you 8 coin to advance a tier.
Okay. So
Actually, no, maybe because Josh, we do a thing during your downtime where you sell off your spirit bottles.
right. So let me do my thing. Okay. All right. Yeah. So we see Kel. That finger from the blue coats. Kel takes that down to his supplier down by the docks, so to speak. Give me just one sec. And there's this old, decrepit, like voodoo priest who kind of, almost sounds like he creaks when he turns his face towards Kel, and Kel purchases a number of herbs from the guy, and he brings them back to the house, and he prepares this feast, and he prepares like a suckling pig and the finger is, you see the finger is like roasted and simmered in herbs and is stuck in the pig's face. And so Kel eats this blue coat's finger
Gross.
and removes some stress. And I have 1 pip in study in the insight category. So
Right, so you only
I have to
roll-
roll 1d6.
Yep.
And I got a 3.
Mark off 3 stress.
All right. I think Kel's going to have to try that one more time,
All right, it's a little dangerous.
because if I overshoot, right?
Yep.
You know what? I think Kel's going to hold off because he's got other stuff he needs to do. So for starters, this isn't a
Well, so you
downtime
have-
activity, but I'm going to go meet up with Flint.
Yeah. And if you recall, Flint is our man's with a very mechanical outlook on things. He's got a swivel chair. He's got a wraparound desk with all sorts of equipment on it that he pulls levers and twists dials to like get stuff done. So I think what we were doing is we were having you roll a.
Is it 1d4?
No. Yeah, I think it was 1d6 to determine the value of each bottle. So you
Nice.
rolled
So
a
the first
3
one's-
and the first one, and then you rolled a 6. So one of them
No,
is
the
worth
other one
1.
was that was for removing stress. 6
Oh,
is
that was
the-
for stress.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first spirit bottle that you bring him, he says, "Oh, this is a really good one. This one's fantastic. Oh man, really like holding its psyche together in there. It'll be really useful to somebody." And he offers you 3 coin for it.
Nice. Awesome.
The other one is not quite as good. It came from that one of the terrified scrubs, and you get 1 coin for that one.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. So Cal is going to use his other action to use this ritual. Right? Does it cost a downtime activity to use a ritual?
It sure does.
Okay.
The hunter's countenance.
Actually, yeah, okay. That's fine. So he's going to go get a bunch of wax and some sand, and he presses his face down into the bowl of sand, and then he lays a wick down in that depression, and he fills it with red wax. And you see Kel sets up a mirror, and he begins burning candle this face candle next to his own as he kind of gazes into the mirror. And he searches. Well, actually, you know what? I think we said that I needed to do a little bit of research, I think, to figure out which part of the city the crest was in.
Because you do have to. This ritual only works over an entire district, but it's only one district. So when you do this ritual, you have to choose which district you're going to set it off in.
Sure. Are we allowed to have like a scene in downtime where we or would I? Okay. So I think Kel, when he's talking with Flint and he's selling Flint these bottles, he shows Flint this crest. Just curious if Flint recognizes it.
Let's see. I think that what you would need to do for this is an acquire asset downtime activity
Okay.
where
Maybe
you
he talks to Karen about people that she knows in the academic community
Yep.
who might like specialize in heraldry
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff.
Yep. So I think you gain the acquire asset is gain the temporary use of an asset, and one of the assets is a service. Yeah. So hiring a researcher to figure out what this crest means and where in the city it might be, that can be your acquire asset action.
Okay. Yeah. So he does that, and then I'll burn a coin to do just one more thing during the downtime, and I will actually perform this ritual once he figures out, which part of the city this heraldry is from.
Yeah, let me see. I just need to find it in my notes here. Okay. So what your researcher finds out is that the family crest of a bird with a fish in each talon, that is one of the it's the crest of one of the lesser branches of the Becker family. The Becker family is like a big, rich family that's very important, and they have a big mansion in Brightstone. And Murgatroyd Becker is actually on the city council.
Interesting.
But you are able to figure out that it is probably this library is almost certainly going to be in Brightstone.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the case that it will be in his mansion. It's not the main family
Right.
that this is a crest of.
Right. But that's convenient. Yeah. I mean, I think Kel slips across one of the bridges, and just inside of the district, he gets a cheap motel room or whatever, and gets out this mask that he's made, this face candle that he's made at home, and he begins burning it, and you see his face begins just warping, and like his eyes begin moving around his face in a circle, and then his nose starts sliding around the back of his head and comes back around over to here, and his ears are like going around on a diagonal meridian. And he scans for this red pages from the book, red book with red pages.
So your face does all this weird stuff. You start like sliding around weirdly. Do give yourself 2 stress and take 1 tick on the noticed by demon track.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, so you sort of float above Brightstone, and you're just sort of washing around on the tides of the ghost field above Brightstone, just looking at things, peering through windows, and the thing that you seek, you start to feel an attraction to it, and you start to drift closer and closer to it. And you go over the ornate roofs, and you drift past gargoyles looking at you, and yeah, it brings you to not a big mansion, not one of the huge mansions, but like a nice sort of manor house, and in the back in one of the corners, there is a nice, well-appointed library, and you drift through the wall into this library, and one of the books on the shelf, it is exactly as in your vision.
Right.
And having seen this, you are able to pinpoint on a map exactly where this with this house is, exactly what room in the house this book is in, and like what shelf it's on, even everything about its location, you know, exactly to the inch.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I think Kel comes to, and you see him quickly pull out a quill and a map of the district, and he, makes a mark on it. And then he gets out another piece of paper, and he kind of, it's not like a perfect blueprint or anything, but he draws a rough picture of the floor plan of the room that he saw, and where on the wall and everything. And he kind of smiles to himself and places his fingers on his lips and says, "Now, we're actually crazy enough to complete this deal."
Your lips are not where they were before.
He puts his hands on the back of his head and touches his lips and says, "Now I wonder what." Ah! You see him pull out his fine spirit mask and places it on his face, which looks about comparably disturbing, but at least it doesn't look like his face, which is that
It's in
disturbing.
the right place.
That's right. So he's
Yeah, and I
walking
believe
around
that you're-
town in this utterly demonic, hideous, startling-looking spirit mask.
Yeah, and it's a choice between some kind of mask or people getting freaked out by your face for the next couple of weeks.
Right.
So that was your downtime?
I think I'm going to just do one more attempt at removing stress because I've got
So
6
now-
stress.
Are you going to spend a coin for that? Do you have enough? I would love for this crew to advance.
Do we have enough? I've got 4 coin and
If you have
Farkash
4 coin
Renya.
and Farkash Renya has 4 coin, you can advance.
Okay, I think I'm going to do that. Kel, as the boss, he's going to foot half the bill, and he
Nobody,
Uh,
all the coin from that score went to the crew.
sure, right,
Nobody,
because we haven't
Awesome.
paid the crew in forever. We've been paying ourselves. So anyway, yeah. So Kel
So I've done it.
gets new stationery, new business cards. He upgrades to a brass axe at the end of the row,
I have
and they have
marked
a
it off
feast.
on the relevant sheets.
Sweet. And they have a
Awesome.
feast. I think
Alright.
Arva butchers a whole animal, and they all, they go out and they hunt together, and they bring down an animal. They bring it back. Arva butchers it, and
Elena
uh,
gives Karen a commemorative set of teeth.
nice.
Ooh.
Doesn't tell you what
These are
they're from.
lovely.
Yep, they're for you. Welcome to the family.
Teeth are like kind of our way of like, this is like our love language, like standard go-to gift. Like teeth, or maybe like a finger or an ear, or like a nice back strap off of something that you killed.
The teeth are the way into the inner. They're the gatekeepers.
Yes.
You see Kel gets a little teary-eyed, and it's like, I knew you got this, like, right away. I could tell. It's like, I'm going to be fine. He, like,
These
walks
are
out
my
of the room.
keys. These are my keys.
Yes. Keys to the house.
I feel like you guys should. There's something more that you're supposed to get
From a tier 1 level up.
when you upgrade your tier.
A free skill and insight.
No, I think it's like
PC gets stash equals tier +2.
nice. Okay,
On crew advance, each PC gets stash equals tier +2.
perfect. That's exactly it. So each of you should add 3 to your stash, not your coin, your stash.
And in order to get something out of your stash, you have to burn it at a 2-to-1 rate, or it
Yes,
goes in
and
at a 2-to-1 rate.
I'm gonna add those to. I'm gonna add that to Arva as well because he's in
Okay.
the crew as well.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. That's great because you are closer to being able to. You're one step closer to being able to go head to head with these people with whom you are currently, like, you're fighting the weakest member of the faction, and you're still getting lesser effect because they're more powerful than you.
Right.
So as
Right.
tier 1, you're one step closer to being able to face these factions on an even on head to head on an even footing. Last one, Karen. Last but not least.
Okay. Do we have access to a doctor?
Yes, it's inconvenient because you're tier 1 now. I've seen this done different ways. Right now, you guys have access to a tier 1 doctor who is a friend of Arva's named Sawtooth. So basically, the way it works is it's pretty inconvenient, but you see that there's a progress clock under the word healing.
Yeah, I was actually reading this while the others were.
Okay.
I see how recovery works.
So right now you're friends with a tier 1 healer. So he's just rolling one die. If it's a
Yep.
1 to 3, you get 1 slice. If it's a 4 to 5, you get 2 slices. If it's a 6, you get 3 slices.
But he doesn't have to roll 2 and take the worst.
He doesn't have to roll 2 and take the worst, which is, yeah. So yeah, you can use the downtime activity to go to Sawtooth and start getting some healing.
Yes, let's see how it goes.
Go ahead and roll. Or should I roll?
Okay. Nope, I got it. Roll 1d6. It's a 5.
Nice.
That's halfway there, right?
Yep, that's halfway there. And when you complete that, all of your harm goes down by 1 level.
Yep.
So this level 2 harm will become a level 1 harm.
Yep. And everything that surpasses is my choice which injury to apply it to.
Oh, what do you mean surpasses?
Like if, so in the example that they have, the guy rolled a critical, and so he went from 0 to 5. So he had 1 extra segment left over. Rather than put it into the clock, he gets to choose an injury and make that injury go down as well.
Really?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so we're making progress. Not substantial progress, but
yeah,
nothing.
So
nothing
that's 1 downtime activity.
Number 2, I go visit Rami, and I put the latest book that I've completed on the counter, and I say, "All right, Rami, I am ready for the next Amy's Adventures. I believe it's what is it? Adventures on Rainbow Island."
This is your vice?
This is my vice, stupor.
Fair enough. It has your vice
I
does have to be risky.
Oh. Well, I'd say that wasting all my time at
Yeah.
indulging in literature instead of attending to my research and my career and my criminal activities, there is some risk associated with that.
Yes. So like things like if you overindulge in this, your character will like go missing. Like people will lose track of you.
What if
Yeah.
he's
Stuff
part
like
of
that.
like? What if he's part of a cult?
I mean, imagine any of us, any of the rest of Farkash Renye, trying to find Karen in the
Oh yeah.
library. Like,
No chance.
buried in the library.
Yeah, so go ahead and what you do is you roll your worst stat. So in your case, it's prowess. So you'll roll 1d6, and that's how much stress you get to relieve. You have the functioning vice special ability,
Yep.
which is real nice. You get to adjust the outcome by 1 or 2, up or down.
Yep. So what am I rolling again?
Could be useful.
1d6.
Okay.
1 or 2 up or down, or 1 up or down?
1 or 2, up or down.
Holy cow!
Okay. Got a 4, and so I can bump that up to 6 and recover that much.
You absolutely can.
Dang.
Yep, there you go.
Yep.
Awesome. I think that's everything. Good job, team. I am
job,
continually amazed by how this game creates stories.
This is wild.
Who knew that
You're
we would
wild.
be robbing a jewelry store? But I think it worked.
You mean
Cool.
murdering everyone inside of a jewelry store?
Cool. Thank you very much for playing. This has been fun. I'm going to